Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. The revolution and the humiliation continues. The humiliation continues for the U.S., NATO, for Israel. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Let everybody know Core Figure is live. Support the platform. Revolution is for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Y'all got revolutionary breakfast this morning. Now, everybody over social media platforms is laughing at Israel, at the U.S., the spectacular humiliation. What attack? I haven't seen no attack, but we're going to cover it. Oh, Lord, we heard about Israel attack on Iran. We didn't see no attack. We see some air defenses going off. Salute, brother. But we're going to get into that because I want y'all to understand, before we was hearing about a devastating attack. Now we're hearing about a restrained and limited. Stop lying. You did nothing. Let's get into it.
Let's begin with your reaction to what's happened overnight.
Well, I think we can allow ourselves a partial sigh of relief. This seems to me to have been quite a restrained response.
Restrained response. Remember, Israel and the U.S. and everybody's reporting they had 120 warplanes in the sky last night. You had 120 warplanes in the sky, but you're telling me that was a restrained response? No, you were humiliated by Russian and Iranian air defenses and by Russian warplanes. All of your advanced missiles were shot down.
We'd heard earlier the possibilities of strikes against nuclear facilities or oil and gas facilities, which would have led to a spike in world oil prices. That hasn't happened, and that may be partly because of American pressure on Israel to be restrained. And I think that the message that Israel is sending here is we have now struck the missile manufacturing facilities, produced the missiles you fired at us. They've tried to avoid, I think, civilian casualties. They've allowed Iran to say to its own public opinion.
Now, this is called saving face. Israel tried to avoid civilian casualties. No, we're looking at Lebanon and Gaza. You don't give a damn about avoid no civilian casualties. You wasn't allowed to hit any civilian targets. You were humiliated in the skies of Iran. Now, remember, Iran showed us what an attack looks like. We seen missiles hitting the ground. Boom, 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 boom. That's what they thought we were going to see in Tehran, in Iran. They thought we were going to see a bunch of missiles hitting the ground, Iran being defeated, but you didn't.
Not much damage was done. And to decide to draw a line under this dangerous tit-for-tat escalation. But I think this was at the lower end of the escalation ladder of the kind that we had seen as possible.
So you think it was the least worst option then?
I think it was the least that Netanyahu felt he could do while showing that Israel is strong and trying to reestablish deterrence over Iran, prevent further Iranian attacks. If you remember in April, when Iran fired a salvo of missiles at Israel, the Israelis waited and then they responded quite surgically to a number of sites, and the Iranians left it at that. And I think that that's what Israel will be hoping happens this time. It's certainly what America has been pressing to achieve. Israel doesn't need another battle right now. As you've been reporting, what's happening in Gaza, catastrophic humanitarian situation, the Lebanon war continuing. I don't think Israel is looking for further exchanges with Iran.
Peter, does it also show that Israel is listening more to the US now than perhaps it was previously?
Hell no.
I think on the specific case of attacking Iran, yes. Israel knows very well that if this continues, if we go further up the escalatory ladder, Israel will really need American support in responding to further Iranian missile attacks. So I think they can't afford to ignore what has been very obvious and public pressure from President Biden downwards on the Israelis not to attack targets, either which would have led to the risk of nuclear damage or something which would have sent a huge spike into the world energy markets just days before the US election. So yes, I think they've heard that message.
Yes, there was talk of, well, as you say, lots of things that the Israelis could have targeted. And if they had have gone after the oil infrastructure, which of course funds so much of what Iran does, that would have had very wide ramifications, well, for all of us.
Yes, it would. And on the eve of the American election, Joe Biden certainly didn't want that. It would have been seen, I think, as a deliberate intervention by Israel, perhaps to try to swing the American election. That's dangerous for Netanyahu. And if they'd attacked the oil and gas facilities, who knows what the Iranian response would then have been. Yeah. Saudi Arabia is not very far away, and it's already been shown by attacks from Houthis and others that the Saudi oil installations are vulnerable. So this then would have been a very dangerous escalation into something which would have had impacts on all of us with spikes in inflation and oil prices.
Do you expect the tit-for-tat response to continue now, or was this a measured enough response from Israel that means Iran don't necessarily have to reply in some way?
Well, that's the $64,000 question. I think nobody can reply to that. Now, that was clearly Israel's intention, to do this in a way which allowed the Iranians then to draw a line under it. We simply don't know whether the
Iran not going to let them make it because you're not supposed to. They got them where they want them. Israel is a defeated, dying dog. They lashing out. They're failing. Their assassination campaigns was working, but Iran then stepped up the pressure. Now, the U.S. need to pay attention. This is what the U.S. was good at, bombing people, flying over people's countries. That isn't actually, the new way to war. You have to have drone warfare and bunches of attack drones, which the U.S. do not have a bunch of attack drones. Iran do. But these airstrikes, Russia and Iran and their allies are prepared for this. And Iran could just launch a salvo of hundreds of missiles back at Israel and defeat them again like they just did the last time. But you see, this is like a boxer. You punch it, but your opponent can't get their punches in. So Iran is punching Israel, hitting them, and then Israel not getting no punches in. That's exactly what just happened.
The Iranians will do that. I think from Israel's point of view, they've got to be conscious of world pressure on them over Gaza, a terrible humanitarian crisis there. There are signs that Israel is beginning to think about how to wind it down in Lebanon. They've been talking about a larger UN presence after the withdrawal of Israeli forces.
So let me get these lights. I just want y'all to hear. We're going to listen to a few fake news analysis because I need y'all to hear how defeated they are. They was really beating their chest about Israel and what Israel was going to do and all the targets Israel had and the power of the Israeli and the U.S. Army. Well, the world is laughing because the world seen what an attack, what a missile attack looked like when the Iranians was attacking Israel and the missiles were striking the ground. We all seen it. Boom, 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 one after the other. We're counting them. Where are the Israeli missiles? And Iran has plenty of American and Israeli spies. That's why you get to see footage, but you don't see no missiles hitting the ground.
Israel has carried out a major and highly anticipated series of airstrikes against Iran.
This dude said it was a major attack. This dude just said Israel carried out a major attack. Bro, who told you that? Who told you that a major attack was carried out? We don't see no major attack, bro.
In retaliation for Iran's attack on Israel at the start of the month.
They so mad they didn't get no damage.
This is video from Tehran, and it shows missiles being intercepted by anti-aircraft fire early this morning. The Iranian army says that 2 of its soldiers were killed in the attacks. The Israeli military said it hit, quote, precise military targets and did not include energy infrastructure. It also said that the strikes against Iran are over.
We conducted targeted and precise strikes on military targets in Iran, thwarting immediate threats to the state of Israel. The Israel Defense Forces has fulfilled its mission. If the regime in Iran were to make the mistake of beginning a new round of escalation, we will be obligated to respond.
The White House said that it was not involved with the Israeli attack and responded to news of the strikes by urging Iran to not further escalate, saying the United States was not a participant in this operation. It is our aim to accelerate diplomacy and de-escalate tensions in the Middle East region. We urge Iran to cease its attacks on Israel so that this cycle of fighting can end without further escalation.
Yeah, Israel stop attacking.
We have live team coverage of Israel's retaliatory strike on Iran. Our Christiane Amanpour and Julia Benbrook are standing by. We begin, though, with Matthew Chance in Jerusalem for us. And Matthew, you've been following all of the developments this morning.
I'm bringing y'all and want y'all to understand is the humiliation. Do you understand the Western power was called shock and awe? Shock and awe. What we seen in Baghdad, when those news cameras turn these cameras on, they're supposed to see bombs dropping, people screaming, terror, buildings blowing up, like the murder porn in Gaza, the murder porn in Lebanon. That's the power of the West over the peasant world. That's over with. So now they have to come up with some type of fake news to make people still think they're in control. They're not in control. And they're shock and awe. They don't work no more. They actually got to fight. Israel want to fight Iran, then invade Iran. U.S. want to fight Iran, go into Iran. They scared.
Morning, Iran says the strikes caused limited damage. That statement alone suggests that perhaps we can expect a more muted response from Iran, if any at all.
Iran said, we got to take Iran, top of the morning, we got to take Iran word for it. Why don't you tell me? And this is something Israel need to quit saying, we limited strikes. What did you target? That's classified. Oh, man, please, you tell us what you target so Iran can show the people where you lying. If you say you hit a military building, we're going to look at that military building. You say you hit a nuclear facility, we're going to look at that. But they won't say because they were defeated.
Or do we know about the damage from these strikes?
Well, the Iranians say that they reserve the right to respond. Whether they will or won't, I mean, we just don't know at this stage. But look, I mean, I think the fact that limited damage was sustained was intentional on the part of the Israelis. They didn't want to, kind of go all out and attack.
Now imagine this. Imagine what they're doing now. We didn't want to hurt Iran. We didn't want to hit stuff. We meant for it to be a failure. We meant to humiliate ourselves. They want us to believe that this really just to scare Iran a little bit. What a joke.
For instance, nuclear research facilities or energy infrastructure facilities, and they kept the targeting to military sites. And so what the Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli military say that they struck were missile production facilities, aerial defense batteries, surface-to-air missile installations, things like that, designed, according to Israeli military officials that I've spoken to this morning, to send a message to Iran as a response.
Could you please show us this stuff blowing up, bro?
That was carried out by Iran on October the 1st.
You say you struck some military warehouses. Well, when you strike military warehouses, do fire come out of them? Do they start smoking? This is crazy. This is Wayne's World. What are they talking about? We struck air defense systems. Where did you strike them at? Because you definitely didn't strike them in Iran. Come on, this is 2024. Your spies in Iran had their phones out waiting to see the devastation so you can have some murder porn. But what everybody witnessed was the power of the Russian air defenses, the Iranian air defenses, and the Russian warplanes shooting down the advanced missiles from Israel. Israel and the U.S. right now are very terrified because they know what a real war going to look like. They're going to get their butts really kicked because this used to be all they can do is bomb people, fly over your territory. That's over with, man. I've been telling people that was over with. Now the world can see. Now they got to come out and tell you we really didn't want to hurt you.
First, with hundreds of missiles being thrown at Israel's air defenses. So it was a message. It was symbolic on one hand. On the other hand, what the Israeli defense officials are telling me is that it was also a very practical set of strikes because it degraded Iran's ability to carry out air defense, kind of operations and to strike Israel in the future. And it sets the scene, according to Israeli military.
Oh, man, this is crazy, bro. You need to be fired immediately. You were repeating propaganda on TV from what Israel said. Israel said they degraded Iran's ability to fire missiles in the future. What are you talking about? You didn't degrade Hamas' ability to fire rockets. You haven't degraded Hezbollah ability. the little brothers. You're telling us we don't even see no smoke nowhere, no bombs went on. You degraded the Iranian ability, the Iranians who have hundreds of thousands of these things. These people are delusional and can't take defeat properly. This is what they do. When defeat is in their face, they just make up shit.
Military officials for a future possible strike that would allow Israel to operate more freely, they say, inside Iranian airspace. But there's no getting away from it. This could have been much broader, much wider. In fact, it was quite narrow, targeted just at those military installations. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in terms of...
released statements yesterday, newspaper, saying over 120 warplanes was in the sky. They was acting tough. They was beating their chest. Now, limited. Now, we only send 1 or 2 planes. 1 or 2? What happened to the 120 that was in the newspapers that were firing all those missiles? Yeah. Humiliation.
What the Iranian response will be.
All right, Matthew Chance, thank you. Let's bring in now CNN's Julia Benbrook joining us from Washington. Israel has said that it's ended the retaliatory strikes against Iran. What's the view from the White House? We understand that they're asking Iran not to escalate this any further.
For them, this is about de-escalation. And President Joe Biden was briefed on Israel's retaliatory strikes against Iran multiple times last night, and he has been closely following developments. And the White House has made it clear they were not a part of this operation, but a senior U.S. administration official says that Biden had encouraged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to design an attack that would deter future attacks against Israel. And in recent weeks, the United States had urged Netanyahu to exercise restraint.
So attacking Iran will deter Iran from attacking you. Now make that make sense.
Avoid striking Iran's oil and nuclear assets. And by avoiding striking those areas, Israel is opening the door potentially for de-escalation. Of course, we will see how or if Iran responds. Now, I did want to pull up a statement from a White House national security spokesperson who said Israel has announced that their response to Iran's ballistic missile attack on October 1st is now complete. As the Israelis have stated, their response was an exercise in self-defense and specifically avoided populated areas and focused solely on military targets, contrary to Iran's attack against Israel that targeted Israel's most populous city. Now, the White House is urging Iran to cease its attacks and end this cycle of fighting.
All right, Julia Benbrook, thank you so much. Let's turn to CNN Chief International Anchor Christiane Amanpour joining us now with more. So, Christiane, I am told from senior Israeli officials that they do expect some sort of response from Iran. They say it could be even imminent, but they are hoping, given the limited scope of the strike by Israel and given the pressure that they expect to see from the United States and other regional players there on Iran, that response be indeed very limited. And
you scared now, ain't you? They're praying that Iran don't slap the hell out of Israel. I thought y'all was tough when y'all was bullying people. This is not a skit. This is real. Now they're hoping that Iran don't step on Israel like an ant, but Iran, it will target them and punish them. And we will see the missiles striking the ground like we did last time, but we don't see any of that from Israel because their missiles were shot down because they're weak.
It can lead to more de-escalation. Is that what you're hearing as well?
It is, but from different sources. And it's sort of like a strike, retaliation strike. You know, it's essentially a plan that's been heavily influenced by the United States. As you see, Israel has taken more than 3 weeks to design its so-called self-defense retaliation. And the reason I think for that is because they've been in heavy negotiations with the US to keep it in a way that doesn't massively escalate, because oil infrastructure, nuclear infrastructure would have been a whole nother level of targeting and attack and would have created so much more ripple effects around the world. That could have been seriously very, very risky. And clearly all sides decided that at this time, that is not what they wanted or needed to do right now. So what we're in is this process of reestablishing deterrence. As you know, Biana, Iran and Israel have been in this shadow war for many, many years. Iran through its proxies around Israel, Israel through its human intelligence sources and cyber inside Iran, whether blowing up centrifuges at Natanz, whether, you know, assassinating either, you know, nuclear scientists or lately the Hamas leader. So I think what we're expecting is this response from Israel, potentially, as you know, as the others said, a small response from Iran or no response from Iran, and then for all sides to say, well, this now is reestablished deterrence for the moment.
No,
clearly,
Iran need to smack the hell out of them. No, just because Iran can hit Israel, and Israel obviously can't retaliate without those nuclear weapons like they want to. No, Iran shouldn't say, hell no, we got you where we want you. We got better drones. We can hit your bases. You can't. We got great Russian air defenses. Russia has proved that air defenses is the best in the motherfucking world. I've been saying that. Once again, let's rewind. The U.S. and NATO has been spending their money and our money on airplanes. They want to have the best air force in the world to bomb people like they did Iraq, like they did Libya. Aircraft carriers. That's what they put all their money into. But they was putting their money into the F-35, the F-16, and all that type of nonsense. Russia was building the most advanced air defense systems in the world, the S-300, the S-400, the S-500. Iran were making versions of those systems. Russia has been preparing to do exactly what they did last night. That's to defeat any type of air attack from the West. And then be able to, and then what Iran has shown the world, then they have the retaliatory missiles, that hypersonic missiles that the U.S. don't have. And guess what? The U.S. has not been preparing for air defense attacks. They ain't been preparing for that because nobody ever had a fucking, you know, a real military. Now they run up into a real military, and they really want peace. But it's too late.
The United States has a huge amount of interest in how this goes. They don't want a wide regional war. Iran does not want and cannot afford a full-scale attack from Israel. It is definitely the weaker partner in this, in conventional warfare. And everybody's trying to de-escalate. Meantime, you know, Gaza is exploding, and so is Lebanon. So there are more pieces of this horrible puzzle to resolve.
Of course. Let me ask you what you make of reporting from Axios that Israel sent a message to Iran Friday ahead of these retaliatory strikes. And Israel said that they made it clear to the Iranians in advance what they are going to attack in general and what they are not going to attack. How significant is that? This was obviously done through a third party.
Well,
they scared of Iran, bro. I mean, they scared of Iran, man. They scared of Iran. They don't want to fight the Iranians in no real motherfucking war. This was just proved. Iranians ready to die. Iran. See, when Supreme Leader came out and did them Friday prayers with his pistol in his hand and told the whole Muslim world, especially the Shiite army, the Shiite millions and hundreds of millions of Shiites in the world, to be prepared. He was prepared to go. Everybody had to be prepared to go. That spooked the hell out the U.S. I keep telling you, they don't have no soldiers ready to die. They trying to come home for Christmas and Thanksgiving. They ready to go home, nigga. Home where the buffalo roam right now for the Iranian army, nigga. Ain't no home, nigga. Israel is scared, and this is getting your bluff called. What the hell you mean? Now you hope Iran? They're not saying they hope Iran don't attack. They hope Iran just attack lightly. Oh, now you want everything to be light? So it ain't like in Gaza. It ain't like in Lebanon. But when you fucking with the Iranian big dogs, let's just do this with gloves on. Now, nigga, the gloves is off. You've been humiliated. And Iran will retaliate the same way they've been retaliating. They will strike them tough, like they said they would.
I mean, look, it's extremely, again, programmed, extremely telegraphed. I mean, if you go back to what happened in April, when Israel attacked the Iranian mission in Damascus and killed Revolutionary Guards and other officials there, that wasn't necessarily telegraphed at all. Then Iran responded, you remember, in April with, I think back then it was 180 cruise, ballistic, and drones. And the US and all its allies in Israel basically made sure that actually didn't target anything, and nobody was killed except, well, somebody was injured. And then you had the, it's just strange because each side is telegraphing.
She almost told the truth. She almost told the truth about the Israeli soldiers that was killed. There's always been some Israeli soldiers killed because Iran is talking their military bases. But they act like they was killed in Gaza. And then she said, well, they was injured. She almost told the damn truth. She almost slipped up.
The other, through third parties, what they're going to do and what they're not going to do. So this is clearly attempted to be calibrated. This is not all-out war. This is a series of strikes and counter-strikes that's happening around this Gaza war that's gone on for the last year now. And it's all sides telegraphing each other how far to go. Now, everybody was very worried because when Israel and Iran got into it directly, it was the first time, as I say, in 45 years of the Islamic Republic's antagonism and the militants and their militias around Israel. So this is the first time they've engaged directly in this last few months. And I think everybody's hoping that this is going to now, as I say, draw a line under it and see what happens. But as I think Matthew and the others were saying, what they struck Israel is probably significant ballistic missile infrastructure and also probably air defense infrastructure, but they didn't, it seems, go after regime targets. So no regime change, no nuclear strikes, and strikes on the nuclear infrastructure, and no oil infrastructure strikes.
We just need to hear some more of what they saying. Then we're going to get into some other truth. But it's very important to hear them. It's very important to understand what you're looking at right here. You're looking at probably was a spy in Iran. What they were doing was they wanted the big boom, the bang, stuff blowing up. They didn't get that. What they got was the humiliation of the United States and NATO and Israel. They usually get the murder porn, like in Iraq, like in Libya, with NATO being able to show their power and fly over countries and do whatever they wanted to do. They didn't do that. So now they're on TV talking about limited this, de-escalation, Israel showed restraint. Nonsense. Israel was defeated.
Well, these are the sounds of explosions heard in the early hours in Tehran. These were the first pictures that came into us at around 3 a.m. And it's reported that 3 waves of strikes took place. Well, several waves of explosions were heard across Iran's capital, concluding at around 4 o'clock in the morning UK time. The IDF says missile manufacturing facilities were struck, which they believe produced the missiles that Iran had been firing at Israel for the last year.
Lies, prove it.
And what you're seeing and hearing now are apparent interceptions by defense systems in Tehran. Iran says those defenses successfully tracked and countered the...
If you go to the fake news, like right here, Sky News, explosions heard in Tehran. Now, that's what set off last night. They're talking about all these explosions that was heard in Tehran. That's air defense systems, no bombs going off.
Strikes. Well, Iran's military said this morning that Israeli strikes on the country targeted military bases in Ilam, Khuzestan and Tehran provinces, causing what they say was limited damage. Well, we've had confirmation from IDF spokesman Daniel Hagari, who says those who threaten Israel will pay a heavy price.
I can now confirm that we have concluded the Israeli response to Iran's attack against Israel. We conducted targeted and precise strikes on military targets in Iran, thwarting immediate threats to the state of Israel. The Israel Defense Forces has fulfilled its mission. If the regime in Iran were to make the mistake of beginning a new round of escalation, we will be obligated to respond. Our message is clear. All those who threaten the state of Israel and seek to drag the region into wider escalation will pay a heavy price. We demonstrated today that we have both the capability and the resolve to act decisively, and we are prepared on offense and defense to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel.
Well, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was pictured along with Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and other military officials at a meeting in the Israeli Defense Ministry headquarters in Tel Aviv during the strike on Iran. The Israeli government press office also released this photograph shortly after those airstrikes were launched. And these are the latest pictures of the skyline in Tehran. Iran's military says that damage was limited. Well, let's cross live now to Jerusalem. Sky's Adam Parsons is there for us this morning. Hello to you, Adam. So Israel had been threatening retaliatory action against Iran for some weeks. That's now happened. How significant a moment do you think this is?
I think it's a very significant moment in the crucial relationship between Israel and Iran, because remember, Iran has launched 2 barrages of ballistic missiles at Israel over the past year or so. And in return, remember, Israel has launched an airstrike at Iran's consulate in Syria and carried out an assassination in Tehran. So you would say up to this point, there's been significant provocations on both sides. Israel has also, of course, launched a big ground offensive over the past month into southern Lebanon against Hezbollah, a group backed by Iran, and has been relentlessly attacking Hamas in Gaza, also backed by Iran. And in Gaza, more than 40,000 people are believed to have died. And Iran has a series of proxies in this region, not just Hezbollah and Hamas, but also the Houthis in Yemen, Islamic Jihad, and a series of others who Israel have consistently said imperil its safety. But this is something different. This is the biggest attack on Iran for decades, probably since the Iran-Iraq war. It's been condemned by, let's say, Saudi Arabia as being a violation of sovereignty, but it has been supported by the US and by the UK as showing Israel's right to defense. A few sort of fundamental facts about it. Crucially, what Israel did was to attack military sites. It didn't go after nuclear facilities, didn't go after oil fields, didn't go after those really high-profile individuals. It did, well, frankly, it did what the United States wanted it to do, which was to go after military sites. We understand these are predominantly missile storage facilities, air defense systems, and also command centers for the Revolutionary Guard. So they haven't gone to that highest level of provocation to go after nuclear facilities and oil fields. But make no mistake, this is going to be portrayed in Iran as an act of war. Although already I understand that the Iranians are putting this out and saying that there has been very limited damage, and that what they see this is as a sign of fear on behalf of Israel. The Israelis and the Iranians will both now have to sit down and think what happens next. That is a crucial question for this region. Israel has said that if there is a response from Iran, then Israel itself holds the right to respond further. And that is a line that I think Israel is using in a number of places. I think up in the north of this country, they seem to believe that the ground offensive against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon is going well. And I understand that when they do withdraw troops, it is going to be on the understanding that if Hezbollah then forms some kind of reprisal of its own, then Israel will come back even harder. That is probably the message that they are sending to Iran here, is that if you respond, then we may come back at you. The problem is that the Iranian regime will feel under pressure clearly to do something about this, to not just sit back and accept the series of missiles landing on its territory. This, of course, comes against the context not just of those offensives in Gaza and in southern Lebanon, but in the US presidential election, which is just round the corner. In Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu will be looking to see what Donald Trump would offer him, what Kamala Harris would offer him in terms of support. And in the wider world, well, clearly we know that America will continue to back Israel. Question will be, what will be Russia's view in terms of rolling in behind Iran? What will be the attitude of the Saudis, the Jordanians, and so many others? This is a precipitous moment. It is a question of who blinks now? How does Iran respond? If it does, how quickly, how firmly would Israel respond after that? This could be a point where Iran tempers itself, where this dies down, or we could look back and see this as a tipping point where conflicts are in and around Israel turn into something more wide, more all-encompassing. I think this whole region and the whole area is very, very nervous at the moment.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Big Joe Nate for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Say salute. Praise all above. Praise the Most High family. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, fam. Salute.
They certainly don't have. Today is October 26, 2024. I am +7 GMT. Sometime over last night, Israel carried out their strikes on Iran. As far as we can tell, as far as anyone is reporting, and that includes Western media, Israeli media, Iranian media, the strikes were very limited in nature. And I think this was to be expected. Unless Israel and the United States engage in large-scale war with Iran, they're going to have to carry out these much smaller scale attacks. They do not have the missile inventory to cause large-scale damage with
they've been
these
doing all
type
that
of air-launched strikes. They simply don't have enough planes or enough missiles to do it. They certainly don't have the amount of air defense systems required to parry the retaliations that would soon follow if this was a serious attempt to inflict large-scale damage on Iran short of all-out war. So I'm going to talk about
for the rest of their life.
What we know about the strikes so far. Hasn't even been 24 hours since they were conducted. I will talk about why they were limited. I will talk about how even as these strikes were carried out, Israeli forces are struggling on the border with Lebanon, fighting against Hezbollah. This was according to...
It's not going to be World War III, y'all. That was a false alert yesterday. Israel don't want to die. The U.S., they love Christmas. They don't want to die, y'all. See, so you know, not with Iran. They might pick it up with Russia, but they don't want. They just had their chance. They don't want it. They don't want no problems with Iran like that.
Western media, and I will talk about all of the dangers that still persist across the rest of the region and for the rest of the world. So let's begin by looking at what was being said right before Israel carried out this strike. So this was from The Guardian, and this was October 23rd, 2024. Strike on Iran will make world understand Israel's might, says Defense Minister. Well, these strikes so far seem to have fallen far short of
the might and the power of Israel was going to be displayed in their attack. I think the might of the Russian air defense systems and the might of Iran was shown yesterday.
That planned airstrikes on Iran will make the world understand Israel's military might, the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has said. The Middle East has been braced for more than 3 weeks for a threatened Israeli response to Iran's October 1st missile attack, which was in turn a reprisal for Israel's killing of the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Gallant visited air crews at Hatzarim Air Base and made clear that Israel still intended to strike back. In my conversations with them, I emphasized after we attack Iran, everyone will understand your might, the process of preparation and training. Any enemy that tries to harm the state of Israel will pay a heavy price, the minister said. The extent of Israel's target list has been the subject of protracted conversations between Israeli leaders and the Biden administration, which has urged them not to strike Iran's oil industry, infrastructure, or its nuclear program. Washington fears a cycle of escalation, particularly in the last 2 weeks before the U.S. presidential election. Of course, everything Israel does is facilitated, made possible by the United States. Without constant U.S. support, Israel would not be able to conduct any of its military operations, let alone all of its military operations that it is conducting against Yemen, Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, and Iran. Now, the problem for Israel is not actually a stomach, an appetite for escalation. They have an appetite for escalation. The United States, ultimately Israel's sponsor in the region, Israel being a U.S. proxy, wants war with Iran. The problem is the desire for war, the desire to wage war against Iran is far greater than America's means to actually fight and win that war. The problem Israel has is that even though it has developed tremendous military capabilities for a nation its size, it is simply an extension of the collective West and the collective West military-industrial capacity. As a matter of fact, many of its missile systems are developed jointly with the U.S., manufactured jointly with the United States. And so if the United States is having...
Before the Ukraine war started, I was watching this dude named Brian Bellick, and he's in Indonesia, ex-U.S. military official. And this dude was better than Scott McGregor and a lot of the people at breaking down what was going to happen. Conor McGregor, Scott Ritter was next. This dude was saying what NATO wasn't going to be able to do because what they military supplies was. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And he just was breaking it down so technical. That's why I appreciate his analysis, because wars is about material. You know, your will to do whatever. You can want to do a lot of shit, but if you don't have the war material to achieve those goals, you won't be able to achieve them. And he was saying Russia was going to defeat NATO because Russia war material. They had the resources to make the weapons. They didn't have to count on other people, and they made more weaponry, more shells. You know, they can produce more missiles than NATO combined. And nobody was even paying attention to that, and it all came to fruition. So this dude absolutely know what he's talking about.
Having a hard time producing large numbers of long-range strike weapons, so is Israel. Israel does not have an overabundance of these weapons that they can use to carry out wave after wave of strikes against Iran. Now, there's something I want to point out that I would hope people understood. Israel and Iran are separated by quite a distance, over 1,000 kilometers between the closest point of Iran to Israel. Now, for Iran, this works out well, because if it has weapons that reach far beyond 1,000 kilometers, Israel being such a small state, everything is in range of Iranian missiles. However, for Israel, if they had missiles that had a 1,000 kilometer range, they would only be able to reach targets along the border, which is why they need either longer range missiles that can go twice that distance to hit most targets in Iran, not all, but most targets in Iran, or they need air-launched weapons where they'll fly over Jordanian, Iraqi, Saudi, Syrian airspace to reach Iran. And even then, they still have to fire these missiles quite a distance. And their warplanes need to avoid Iranian airspace altogether, because this is not Afghanistan, this is not Iraq. So the days of the collective West and their proxies flying uninhibited over another nation and dropping bombs at will, those days are over. Modern air defense systems make that almost impossible. So what Israel has to do is carry out standoff strikes. And that is what it appears Israel did in this most latest strike, and the strike they carried out in April earlier this year. After they struck an Iranian consulate building in Syria, and Iran retaliated for that, they carried out a long-range missile strike on Iran itself. This article from the Financial Times, this is actually back from April 19, 2024, military briefing, the Israeli missiles used to strike Iran. So they're looking at photographed wreckage of the booster section of one of these Israeli missiles. This is what Israel's using. This is a highly specialized missile. These missiles are likely only having been produced over maybe the last 10 to 15 years. There's likely not large numbers of these missiles, not large enough to do the sort of damage I think people envision Israel doing to Iran with these type of strikes. And this is what the Financial Times says. Israel may have used an air-launched Sparrow ballistic missile to demonstrate to Tehran that it can successfully attack targets inside the country. One Israeli official also indicated that the country's armed forces used a standoff missile attack launched far from Iran's borders. So standoff strikes. They will not enter Iranian airspace. They're going to fire these as far away from Iran as possible. Israel has informed its partners that the primary attack vectors were airborne with no entry into Iranian airspace, the officials said. And they're talking about the Israeli Blue Sparrow missiles, actually a family of Sparrow missiles. And they were originally developed as test targets for anti-ballistic missile systems. Sparrow family of air-launched missiles have a range of up to 2,000 kilometers. So twice the distance between Israel and the closest part of Iran's border, and could have been fired by Israeli fighter jets refueled by tanker planes in Syrian airspace, according to open source intelligence analysts citing air flight data. We'll always be careful of open source intelligence. Buttressing that theory, Syria's Sana State news agency reported that Israeli missiles had targeted air defense positions in its southern region. Such a move would fit with Israel's clearing the air corridor in Syria for a standoff strike on Iran. Or it could have just been Israel trying to convince everyone they went into contested Syrian airspace when they may have actually crossed Jordanian airspace and then perhaps into de facto U.S.-controlled Iraqi airspace. It is a fact that Israel was allowed use of Jordanian airspace to intercept Iranian missiles back earlier this year in April. Opening a safe air raid corridor in Syria would in turn enable long-range attacks by Israeli fighter jets well outside Iranian airspace. As the Israeli missiles then flew east over Iraq, they would have jettisoned their fuel booster units with the armed sections carrying on to their targets in Iran. So even by overflowing Turkey, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, or Saudi Arabia, Israel would still have to use long-range air-launched missiles to hit ground targets in Iran. They cannot fly over Iranian airspace out of fear of being targeted by Iran's air defenses. And the logic would go that if that's the case for Iran, crossing Syrian airspace, even if they cleared these corridors, that still would not be safe. So I think that was a diversion, and I think they went into airspace essentially controlled by the U.S. in Iraq. Now, what is the problem here? These are sophisticated long-range missiles. They likely do not exist in large numbers. We already have seen with the conflict in Ukraine the limits of Western military industrial production, which includes Israel. Israel is part of the collective West, and it suffers from the same limits to its military-industrial capacity. I've talked about this many times in the past. This is an article from the Defense Post. This is about the U.S. Air Force ordering a ramp-up of JSOMs and LRASM air-launched missiles. So these are long-range standoff weapons that the U.S. have them in relatively large numbers. And this particular article, the link will be in the video description, talks about doubling the number of JSOMs and LRASMs collectively to 1,000 a year. They're talking about doubling it, which means that right now they're making 500 missiles a year, which sounds like a lot of missiles. It really does. But you have to remember that to put all of this in perspective, let's look at how many long-range precision-guided missiles Russia is launching into Ukraine every single year, and the fact that this conflict in Ukraine continues nonetheless. So we have this article from Reuters. Ukraine says Russia has launched over 8,000 missiles, 4,630 drones during war. This was February 2024, the beginning of this year, 4,000 missiles a year. So compare that to the 500 JSOMs that the US is producing and the 1,000 they would like to produce in a few years from now. And think about Israel, much smaller. How many long-range missiles do you think they're making every year? And what impact is that going to have on a nation the size of Iran? And speaking of the size of Iran, just to give you an idea, this is a very useful website. And it's comparing two nations that you type in. I typed in Ukraine and Iran, and it shows the two countries imposed over one another. So you can see how big they are, and you can see how much larger Iran is. Ukraine is 2.7 times smaller than Iran. This is not a perfect way to analyze this, but it gives you a basic grasp on the scale that we're talking about. So the idea that Israel is going to devastate Iran, even with wave after wave of missile attacks, is absurd. It cannot. It cannot. The U.S. cannot. It would require large-scale war and the justification of using extreme tactics and strategies and even extreme forms of weaponry to create the devastation I think the U.S. and Israel would like to inflict on Iran. We're talking up to and including nuclear weapons. Let us continue. There's this BBC article here talking about the previous missile attack and this leaked assessment, U.S. assessment of the Israeli attack before it took place from the BBC. This was 4 days ago. What leaked U.S. assessment of Israeli plans to strike Iran shows. This is what the article says. Taken together, the two documents, these were leaked documents, are a classified U.S. assessment of Israel's preparations to hit targets in Iran based on intelligence analyzed on 15th to 16th October by the U.S. National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. What features prominently is the mention of two air-launched ballistic missile systems, Golden Horizon and ROX. These are relatively newer missiles that would not have been produced in huge numbers. ROX is a long-range missile system made by the Israeli company Rafael and designed to hit a variety of targets both above and below ground. Golden Horizon is thought to refer to the Blue Sparrow missile system with a range of around 2,000 kilometers. We already talked about that one. The significance of this is that it would indicate that the Israeli Air Force is planning to carry out a similar but greatly expanded version of its attack on Iranian radar an Iranian radar site near Isfahan in April. So if you doubled or quadrupled an attack that only targeted one site in Iran, that would still be an extremely small strike. And this is the problem Israel has because of its proximity to Iran. 1,000 kilometers between them, and the only way of them attacking are these air-launched missiles that they don't have huge numbers of. And then the fact that Iran actually does have huge numbers of ballistic missiles they can fire back at Israel in retaliation, and also U.S. bases across the region, which the U.S. has no defenses against, really. This creates a huge problem for the U.S. and its Israeli proxies. They're trying to escalate toward a war that they can justify using weapons and tactics that might give them an edge over Iran. But again, as each year passes by, Iran gets stronger, U.S. power and the power of its proxies continues to fade relative to the expanding multipolar world, which Iran is a part of. I have referred to this document many times. This was from back in 2009, Which Path to Persia? Options for a New American Strategy Toward Iran. And in this paper, and let's go to the table of contents again, and just look at some of the options that they talked about. They refer to the nuclear deal with Iran, and they talked about how they were going to use that basically to entrap Iran. They were going to accuse Iran of violating it, and then they were going to use the alleged violation of the nuclear deal as justification for greater pressure, sanctions, even military options. They talk about the military operations, a full-scale U.S. invasion, airstrikes on Iran's nuclear sites, and of course, this one, Chapter 5, Leave It to Bibi, allowing or encouraging an Israeli military strike, which is what we see Israel struggling with right now. The desire to do this, but the reality inhibiting them from carrying out a large-scale strike that is actually going to make a difference. In this 2009 paper, they admitted there were severe limits to the Israeli military, even to U.S. military power, in carrying out this kind of strike. They also talked about the limits to actually invading Iran, noting that it is a much larger country than Iraq or, say, Afghanistan, both in terms of geographic land area, but also the size of the population, and the Iranian military was not going to be as easy as Afghanistan or Iraq. They also talk about sanctions. They talk about regime change operations, funding and organizing mobs to overthrow the government. They talk about insurgency, minority and opposition groups, including listed terrorist organizations, listed by the U.S. as terrorist organizations, giving them support to help destabilize and overthrow the Iranian government. So they have been using variations of all of these options even before this paper was published, but ever since this paper was published, they have used every combination of these options available. We see them now resorting to these most extreme options, the military options. And we could see how the nuclear plan deal, that did not work. Sanctions did not work. We remember multiple attempts to overthrow the Iranian government with street protests. That did not work. And now we see Israel carrying out these strikes against Iran, trying to provoke a wider war. Iran displaying not just maximum restraint, but they're also demonstrating significant deterrence in the process. And all of this demonstrates how difficult it has become for the U.S. to maintain primacy over the Middle East and, in a wider sense, over the rest of the planet. Now, let's talk about the strikes themselves. So we looked at what Israel did in its previous strike back in April. We're looking at Israeli military capabilities. They have several hundred modern warplanes, well-trained Air Force, refueling capabilities. They have these long-range missiles, but they don't have unlimited numbers of them. And in fact, not nearly enough to carry out the type of strike they would need to cause significant damage in Iran. They could have attacked nuclear facilities and oil facilities. They could have caused significant damage to civilian infrastructure, but that would have incurred a much more significant Iranian retaliation, which I think at this point, there's hesitation to do that at the moment. So let's see what the Western media said about this. We'll go with the BBC. All of the Western media is reporting the same. And as you will see, between Western media, Israeli media, Iranian media, there are some common denominators as well, something close to the truth, perhaps. Explosions in Iran as Israel launches airstrikes. Israel launched multiple airstrikes on Iran in the early hours of Saturday in response to what the Israeli military called months of continuous attacks from Tehran and its proxies. The Israeli Defense Forces say it's carrying out precise strikes on military targets in Iran, which it accuses of relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th, 2023. Well, we know that is a lie because even the U.S. government itself said there was no evidence Iran knew about the October 7th, 2023 Hamas attacks and had no role in them. So what is Israel saying when they tried to link Iran to this attack? That that Iran admittedly had no role in. The IDF's confirmation of strikes on Iran follow early reports by Iranian state media of several explosions in and around the capital of Tehran. It comes after Tehran launched almost 200 ballistic missiles towards Israel on October 1st, in what the country said was retaliation for the killing of Hamas political leader on Iranian soil back in July. In a statement announcing that the operation in Iran was underway, the Israeli military spokesman Daniel Hagari said Israel had the right and duty to respond, and its defensive and offensive capabilities were fully mobilized. The U.S. and one of Israel's closest allies said Saturday's strikes against Israel was an exercise in self-defense. Strikes against Israel. I think they meant against Iran. Again, we have to zoom out and see the big picture. The problem right now with Israel in the Middle East is that it's in violation of international laws, occupying territory that the UN itself says is not Israeli. It's illegally occupying territory, Palestinian territory, Syrian territory. It has taken territory in previous wars that it was supposed to give back, and it has not. As long as you're occupying someone else's territory, other people have a right to take up arms and resist foreign occupation. That is international law. Israel is trying to use the Hamas attacks last October last year as a pretext for fighting everyone else in the Middle East, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, but these countries had nothing to do with Hamas. Hamas's biggest sponsor is Qatar, a very close U.S. ally in the region. Israeli media admits that the current Israeli government, headed by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, deliberately sought to maneuver Hamas into power to prevent a two-state solution from ever materializing. An organization that has carried out an attack that is backed by a close U.S. ally in the region, and an organization that the Israeli government itself wanted in power. They're using its actions to justify attacking nations and organizations that really have nothing to do with Hamas at all. And even though Iran and Hezbollah support the Palestinian right to defend themselves, that does not necessarily translate to material support for Hamas itself, and no material support has been demonstrated. I've seen no evidence of it, not from the U.S. government, not from the Israeli government, and again, even according to the U.S. government, following October 7, 2023, Iran was not found to have any knowledge or role in the attacks. Now let's look at this other BBC article. Strikes on Iran suggest Israel may have heeded U.S. warnings. And this article is talking all about how small the Israeli attack was, how limited it seemed. So let's read a little bit from this. Iranian state media has confirmed that explosions have been heard in the west of Tehran, but there's no clarity as yet in precisely what the targets have been and whether they have been successfully hit by Israel. News sites close to Iranian Revolutionary Guards say that some military bases in the west and southwest of the Iranian capital have been targeted. The Syrian state news agency says that Israeli airstrikes have also targeted some military sites in central and southern areas of Syria. For now, at least, Iranian media is playing down the impact. The true nature of what has happened is only likely to trickle out bit by bit from the Iranian authorities. Israel may move more quickly to disclose the details of its attack, but that may depend on whether or not it plans to carry out another wave. It seems as if Israel, for the time being, has declared this operation complete, but we'll see. The Pentagon has given a briefing that the U.S. was made aware of Israel's plans beforehand. Of course, they jointly planned this, and everything Israel does is facilitated by the U.S. And they claim there was no U.S. involvement in the operation, but that is obviously untrue. For now, on the scant evidence that is available, Israel may have heeded Washington's warnings and reined in some of its more ambitious plans to cause maximum pain to the Iranian authorities. So this plan, these more ambitious plans to cause maximum pain to the Iranian authorities, is actually limited by the physical means Israel has available to it to attack Iran 1,000+ kilometers away. The need to use huge numbers of military warplanes and these air-launched missiles that they don't have infinite numbers of, the limited impact that these missiles have. Again, remember, Russia is launching over 4,000 missiles at targets all across Ukraine every single year, over 8,000 at this point. And Ukraine is still hanging in there. The conflict has not ended in favor of Russia. So how many missiles do you think Israel has available to launch attacks like this? How often do you think they can do that? And remember that Iran actually has the ability to retaliate with its very large, some say over 3,000 strong ballistic missile arsenal. Let's see what the Israeli media said. This was, there are some differences here, but also some similarities. Times of Israel. Israel launches precise strikes on Iran military sites weeks after missile attack. After reports of explosions near Tehran began to emerge around 2:15 a.m. local time, the Israeli Defense Force released a statement confirming that it was attacking Iran in response to months of continuous attacks from the regime in Iran against the state of Israel. The strikes were carried out in several waves over the course of several hours in various areas. Or again, Iran attacking Israel. Or was it Iran responding to constant Israeli provocations? The article also says, after announcing the aircraft safely returned to Israel, the military dubbed the mission Days of Repentance. It said dozens of Israeli Air Force aircraft, including fighter jets, refuelers, and spy planes, participated in the complex operation some 1,600 kilometers from Israel. The IDF said that among the military sites targeted were air defense batteries and ballistic missile manufacturing sites. Those used in direct Iran's latest attack on Israel on October 1st and an earlier attack on April 14th. Additionally, the military said the strikes gave the IAF wider freedom of aerial action in Iran and that it had a wide bank of targets that it can hit in future operations if required. And the way all of that is worded makes it sound like this was very limited and that Israel is threatening wider, more significant attacks for the future. It also said Iran claimed its air defense systems successfully countered the attacks, but that limited damage was caused to some locations. In a statement, the Iranian air defense said Israel attacked military targets in the provinces of Tehran, Khuzestan, and Ilyam. The loud blasts heard around Tehran were related to the activation of air defense systems against the actions of Zionist regime, which attacked 3 locations outside of Tehran city, state TV reported, citing officials of the Tehran province air defense. I think these newspapers need to get better editors. An Israeli source told the Ynet News that the Iranian claim was a lie. It was a total failure. There were 0 interceptions. But I have to be honest, I don't take Israeli or Iranian claims regarding this type of development seriously. I won't, and I will wait for additional evidence before I draw any conclusions. This is what the article, the Israeli Times of Israel article concludes by claiming, if the regime in Iran were to make the mistake of beginning a new round of escalation, we will be obliged to respond. He continued, our message is clear. All those who threaten the state of Israel and seek to drag the region into wider escalation will pay a heavy price. We demonstrated today that we have both the capability and the resolve to act decisively, and we are prepared on offense and defense to defend the state of Israel and the people of Israel, Hagari added. So this is Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesman. Again, absolutely absurd to claim that Iran is dragging the region into war. It is the U.S., who has been waging war across the region for decades, is illegally occupied the region for decades, is backing Israel militarily, enabling absolutely everything Israel does, again, for decades, since its creation, really. And it was Israel, following October 7, 2023, using that attack as a pretext to strike at Hezbollah, to strike at Iran, who admittedly had nothing to do with the October 7, 2023 attack. So we have to keep all of this in mind, because they will constantly repeat these claims until people accept it as fact. but only if you ignore what actually has happened over the last year or so. Now, what about Iranian media? What did they say? Again, very similar to what the Times of Israel article said. Israel targeted positions in Tehran, Khuzestan, Ilyam, causing limited damage. Iran. Okay, and then they talk about the country's integrated air defense system successfully intercepted and countered the act of aggression. The attacks caused limited damage in some locations, and the dimensions of the incident are under investigation, the statement added. So if you look at the Western media, Israeli media, Iranian media, you add it all together, it sounds like there was a limited attack on Iran. Missiles did get through and cause damage, but this was not a crippling attack by Israel. It was limited, almost certainly to avoid Iranian retaliation. And the irony here is that Israel knows that if it conducts a very limited strike on Iran, because Iran is exercising maximum restraint, there is a high likelihood that they will not retaliate. That is the irony here, that Iran is painted out as this threat to regional security when you see Israel taking advantage of the fact that Iran is actually so restrained in its actions, even when attacked within its own borders by Israel. Now, as all of this takes place, I'm describing the limited military capabilities the collective West has. I'm pointing out that these plans all the way back in 2009 were acknowledging a shift in the balance of military and economic power, not just in the Middle East, but across the world. They realized that time was running out for the US to reassert primacy over these different regions of the world, Europe, the Middle East, Asia Pacific, and they were scrambling to do this, even as the military capabilities of, say, Russia, Iran, and China continued to grow very quickly relative to the collective West military power, which includes Israel. Israel has a very limited capability to strike at Iran. So even if they carried out the largest scale airstrike they could with conventional weapons, it would still be relatively limited. It would not cause the wide-scale damage that people imagine it would on Iran. And then if it did cause somewhat significant damage to, say, oil refineries or their nuclear program, they would retaliate. And we have already seen the impact of Iranian retaliation with its ballistic missile arsenal. So this is a demonstration of the actual balance of military power in the region versus the imagined balance of military power. Many people in the West still refer back to the U.S. invasion of Iraq, the demonstration of U.S. military power over the Iraqis, and they imagine that is how it applies to the whole rest of the region up to and including today. And it does not, has shifted significantly. And Israeli military power versus Iran and its allies, including Hezbollah, that has shifted significantly. We remember the 2006 Israeli-Lebanon war, Israeli forces invading southern Lebanon and being ejected by Hezbollah. Well, as this missile attack took place and as these tensions continue to grow, the Western media itself is admitting how difficult things are on the ground for Israeli forces in southern Lebanon. This is from the Washington Post. This was from October 24th, so relatively recently. Hezbollah proving a formidable foe against Israeli forces in Lebanon. And all this article is going to tell you, I'm going to read significant parts of it, but it's going to tell you that Hezbollah is outfighting Israel and that the likelihood of Israel getting the upper hand is very unlikely. And essentially what this article is explaining is that we're watching a repeat of 2006 all over again. So after a series of staggering losses, Hezbollah is putting up a stiff fight against Israeli forces in Lebanon South, continuing to rain down rockets across the border, underscoring the group's resilience and the limitations of Israel's ground campaign. And I told people after the assassination of Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah that there's continuity of leadership in Hezbollah. It's also a very highly decentralized organization. Taking out the leadership is not going to stop it from being an effective resistance organization. And now we have the Washington Post itself admitting this and citing Israeli sources as well in the process. When Israel sent troops across the border on October 1st, officials estimated military operations would last for a few weeks. More than 3 weeks later, officials have said they will likely need a few weeks longer, raising concerns over the kind of mission creep that has defined Israel's past wars in Lebanon. I would say unsuccessful wars in Lebanon. The militant group has bounced back from its unprecedented setbacks, including the penetration of its electronic devices and the assassination of most of its senior leadership. This is not unprecedented, though, by the way. This has been something that Hezbollah has faced many times over its history, stretching all the way back to its creation. Thanks to flexible command structure, help from Iran, and years of planning for an Israeli invasion, current and former Lebanese officials said. Israeli officials, for their part, contend that the group remains significantly weakened and operations on the ground in Lebanon are going according to plan. Take that for what it's worth. It also says they are a formidable foe, said an official with the Israeli Defense Forces, one of 4 Israeli security officials who spoke with the Washington Post, about the state of the fight in Lebanon. The official said Hezbollah militants are better trained, more experienced after fighting in Syria, and armed with more advanced weaponry than in 2006 during their last war with Israel, which Hezbollah won. I'm adding that in. They don't really talk about how it ended in 2006. Former and current Lebanese officials say the group has regained its footing in large part because it is operating on familiar turf in the south, where it can execute guerrilla-style attacks. Hezbollah operatives are using the rugged hillsides and steep valleys to their advantage, the official said, which Israel is trying to counteract with clearing operations, demolishing homes, tunnels, bunkers, and raising vegetation as their forces advance. Hezbollah's ground forces also maintain independent command structure and communication networks, according to Lebanese officials. That system insulated frontline fighters and commanders from the pager attacks last month that left many senior and mid-ranking Hezbollah members in Beirut unable to pass even simple messages to each other. And again, I had referred to the pager attack as a terrorist attack because they were attacking Hezbollah's civilian administration, not the militant organization, the civilian administration. And that includes medical workers, people who clean the streets, and people who just help take care of the day-to-day lives of Lebanese civilians. So just keep that in mind. And this is what the Washington Post now is confirming. When it talks about Iran's role, Iran, Hezbollah's main patron, has stepped up its support of the group over the last month, sending additional supplies, munitions, and personnel to Lebanon through Syria, said a Lebanese official from a Shia party aligned with Hezbollah. Iranian support for Hezbollah on the battlefield has intensified, the official said, pointing to a notable increase in on-the-ground advisors. He emphasized that Iran was not directly participating in the fighting. Israeli commanders remain bullish on the war's outlook, saying they have already managed to destroy a large portion of the group's arsenal and are well on their way to dramatically degrading the group's military capabilities. But if you sat through the 2006 war, you would have remembered Israel making the exact same claims. Yet Hezbollah's rockets and drone barrages toward Israel have actually increased over the last 3 weeks, from about 100 projectiles a day at the start of the ground operation to about 150 in recent days, according to IDF statements. Then the Washington Post reveals a very, I would say, unsurprising contradiction. First, it says, Israel continues to describe its invasion of Lebanon as limited, aimed at allowing tens of thousands of displaced residents to return to their homes in the north and to protect them from the kind of devastating cross-border attack that Hamas launched from Gaza last October. Hezbollah has never carried out an attack like that. They do not carry out terrorist attacks. They only ever fight the Israeli military. That is what makes them entirely different than Hamas. But then the Washington Post also says, and they're citing an IDF official. He says, we've been surprised that we are operating in southern Lebanon and that our people's routines in Haifa and Tel Aviv have not been disrupted. That's not what we expected. So they say we need to invade southern Lebanon because people in northern Israel cannot go about their daily lives. They're under threat. by Hezbollah. But then they're admitting that as they operate in southern Lebanon, people, and because Haifa is in northern Israel, these people are going about their daily routines, which have not been disrupted. So which is it? And what the Washington Post is admitting is that, again, Israel is creating a false pretext to justify its invasion of southern Lebanon. Israel is fighting U.S. adversaries in the region as a U.S. proxy. They're creating pretexts under which to do so, but primarily that is what they're doing. Just like Ukraine is fighting U.S. adversaries in Russia, that is what Israel is doing in the Middle East for the U.S. against Iran and its allies, including Hezbollah. Ultimately, the U.S. is pursuing primacy over the Middle East, just as it does over Europe and the Asia-Pacific region. But it is unsustainable, it is unobtainable. And the longer they continue trying to pursue it along with their proxies, including Israel, the fewer and fewer options they're going to have left that are actually viable. And those options are going to become increasingly desperate and therefore dangerous. And this includes the use of nuclear weapons. And I believe the greatest danger in the Middle East is the fact that Israel does have nuclear weapons. It's not just the US that has nuclear weapons. Israel also has nuclear weapons. And the US has been investing a lot recently to portray Israel as, yes, a great ally of the United States, but also a nation that oftentimes does not listen at all to the United States before doing something rash. So that is my great fear, that the US is going to use Israel to attack Iran in a way that right now the collective West's conventional military power is incapable of, because they are so desperate to reverse this process that is taking place in the Middle East and around the world that is displacing US primacy and replacing it with multipolarism. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on all of this. This was the immediate aftermath of this Israeli strike on Iran. We have to wait and see what Iran does. I suspect that they will continue exercising maximum restraint, but we never know. We'll have to keep a very close eye on this. I will keep a close eye on this. Until then, if you thought this video was useful, please
you see these firecrackers behind me. You see those firecrackers? Just take a look a little bit more. Do you see any F-35 there? Do you see any fighter jets there? Not at all. This is absolute fake. Israel attacked Iran with small objects, but what is even more humiliating is that they were terrified of Iran's retaliation, and so they in advance told Iran where they will be attacking and where they will not be attacking. Believe it or not, can you imagine telling your enemy, hey, we're going to come to your country, we will attack this and this and this, and then we will leave. Please do not do anything. Do not take any retaliatory action. They leaked this to Dutch embassy, and the ambassador, he conveyed this message through diplomatic channels that, hey, Iran, Israel is coming, they're going to do something, and please don't retaliate, because they already told us where they will target. So you are safe, right? So don't attack. Please don't attack back Israel. So I'm going to be actually sharing with you something very, very important and interesting today in this video. Let's start with this particular development that we hear. Breaking news: complete Israeli failure on attack on Iran. There was no missile hit on IRGC military centers. So IRGC, that's what Netanyahu and Israeli minister, they have always talked about, that IRGC, but this was not targeted the military center. So far, there has been no missile or strike on IRGC military centers in the west and southwest of Tehran. The sounds heard were related to the involvement of the Army's air defense in 3 places around Tehran with the Israeli military action. Of course, we expect all the time that the Zionists, they will lie, and they lied this time. Do you know what they say? Do you know? Okay, so Israeli forces, ITF, Israeli terrorist forces, they mentioned that 100 fighter jets and equivalent of that took part in this attack. And when I played this video, guys, take a look one more time. Do you see fighter jets there? Like, why would they lie? Of course they lie, we know. Do you see fighter jets there? Do you see 100 fighter jets or anything in the sky? No, these are most likely toy drones that Israel sent. Yeah, toy drones. Because again, they're so terrified how Iran will react. So even before they attacked them, they said, please, please, please do not do anything in retaliation. Small flying objects. Israel officials announced that their military launched strikes on 20 sites across Iran carried out in 3 separate waves. However, there is always a however when you read this kind of statement from ITF. However, according to Tasnim news agency from Iran, informed sources in Iran disputed this figure. So no, not 20 sites, maybe 1 or 2, suggesting that the actual number of targets was significantly lower. Significantly. Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari claimed that these strikes focused on dismantling Iran's surface-to-air, surface-to-surface missile systems, as well as degrading its air defense capabilities. ABC News cited an Israeli source who specified that the attacks targeted locations storing missiles, drones, and weapons production facilities. So not only the guy, Daniel Hagari, is lying, but also the mouthpiece for the Zionist regime, the Western mouthpiece, ABC, they're lying. All of them are lying together because, as we can see from those footages, that Iran is totally unaffected. Now, I will be actually sharing with you this video because I think you need to hear from this lady who is in Tehran what she is saying.
To tell us more about the impact of the Israeli attacks. خیلی متشکرم از اینکه ما صحبت می‌کنیم. شما دیشب
Last night, did you hear any sound last night? We see that people are having their normal life. As a youngster, what's your idea about incidents last night? What took place last night is minor, that it was not followed by any impacts. We are having our normal lives right now, but we need to consider that after 8 years of imposed war and sacred war imposed on Iran, the country...
So again, minor impact, no impact. And this lady is from Tehran. As you can see, the street in Tehran, people are back to the normal life. Can you imagine seeing the same thing in Israel after Iran launched that ballistic missiles? Of course not. You do not see that. What you see is that people are hiding underground, bunkers. Is this a city that is hiding under the bunkers? Okay, you answer it for me. The residents, are they hiding somewhere? The government, are they hiding somewhere? No, not at all. So Zionists, when they want to take this victory lap, oh, we are retaliating, we are doing this, we are doing that, we are the powerful, God-chosen people. These are so fake and these are pure propaganda. So again, you heard it from an Iranian in Tehran testifying to what we believe, and that is that the attack was all fake, guys, all fake. Additionally, Israeli authorities claim that more than 100, can you imagine, can you see the lie here? Israeli authorities are saying 100 aircraft, including F-35 fighter jets and drones, participated in the operation and returned safely to Tel Aviv. However, Iranian media citing local sources stated that the operation involved small flying objects, that's what I call toy drones, were intercepted before inflicting significant damage. In addition, Tasnim reported that the strikes were carried out from beyond Iranian borders. So these were foreign objects. Israeli sources also said that the operation began with an assault on Iranian air defense positions, steering clear of the country's energy infrastructure, and blah, 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 blah. We did not target Iran this way, that way. Oh, we just let Iran leave because we are so powerful, we could do anything. This is exactly what they will tell you. Al Jazeera's correspondent in Tehran confirmed normal activity in the affected cities, noting that business operations and road traffic continued uninterrupted, and people are actually very, very safe and secure living in Iran. Now, remember I told you that Israel sent Iran advance warning. This is what it is. The American news website Axios reported that Israel sent Iran a warning message on Friday. So can you believe the attack will be taking place on Saturday morning? They already sent a warning message on Friday. Like, at least I would assume they gave Iran maybe 5, 6, 7 hours, or who knows, maybe more than that, maybe less than that. But the point here is that they were not even attacking Iran when they gave Iran warning. Hey, by the way, guys, we're coming. Please be careful. We don't want you to, have any damage, because if you do, then we know you're going to retaliate, right? And you're going to just destroy us. Please don't do that. Those 200 ballistic missiles, oh my God, they were so terrifying. Please don't do that again, because we are terrified. We are diaper army. Look at us. We are so pathetic. The American Axios website, so this is what they have reported. This message reportedly conveyed through multiple diplomatic channels, including Dutch Foreign Minister Casper Veldkamp, urged restraint and heightened the need to prevent further escalation. Minister had posted a statement on X following his conversation with Iranian foreign minister. So he went to Iranian foreign minister and he told them, guys, please, this is what is going to happening. So please do not attack back. The Israelis made it clear to the Iranians in advance that they are going to attack in general and what they are not going to attack. So again, telling every single details. Okay, so this is exactly okay. Okay, before I move on to that one, I just want to read a little bit here. So 2 other sources said Israel warned the Iranian not to respond to the attack. Israel warned Iranians not to respond to the attack. They warned Iran. Like, who are they to warn Iran? I mean, the diaper army, I don't think they can warn anybody other than women and children. Hey, leave the area. This is exactly what they're doing in northern Gaza. That warning them, they're telling the children and the women there, hey, please pack up and leave. Not please, they're not so nice. These are maniacs and monsters. Obviously, they don't know how to be courteous. They are telling the women and children, hey, if you don't leave this place, I'm going to blow you up. That's simple as that. This is what warning to them is. But when it comes to Iran, do you think they will use the same rhetoric? Of course not. So they were saying, please leave. 2 other sources said Israel warned the Iranian not to respond to the attack and stressed that if Iran does retaliate, Israel would conduct another more significant attack, especially if Israeli civilians killed or injured. Wow, really? Come on, let it happen. Let it happen. So we know, this guy, that this is a complete failure campaign that Israel has conducted last night. Now, Iranian officials have not yet responded to these claims, but they said that if we want to respond, then it will be up to us. So in other words, anything can happen in the coming hours, coming days, coming weeks. Iran can decide at one point, hey, you know what? We're going to retaliate. So let's send them some more ballistic missiles and, make them go run for their life. And we all know what Gallant said. You have Gallant, guys. He said that the world will see the Israeli army's might after the airstrike. He said that on Thursday, I think, Thursday or Friday or yesterday. But this is what he said, that Iran and the world will see our might. So what they do next thing, they send those small objects. Not only that, but they send them at night so that people will not see them. When Iran attacked, the whole world saw them. The sky lit up. There were no fireworks. There was no fireworks in Israel when Iran attacked. They were real ballistic missiles we could see with our own eyes. So any propaganda, Western propaganda, discredit Iran's attack on Israel and try to credit Israel for its retaliation against Iran. Please ask yourself, what did you see with your own eyes? This diaper army is pathetic. And with all of this rhetoric, not just from Gallant, but also from Netanyahu, he said, take a look, long arm of Israel can reach anywhere in Iran. Netanyahu warns Iran that Israel can strike anywhere. Netanyahu warns that Iran can strike anywhere. Coming another newspaper. Netanyahu warns Iran that Israel can strike anywhere. They can reach anywhere. They cannot even reach Tehran. I mean, these F-35s, fighter jets, they cannot reach Tehran. They need to refuel. They cannot make it in one shot, go to Tehran and come back. This is what they're claiming. Daniel Hagari, they came back safe to Tel Aviv. No, I I would not buy this until I see more evidences that any of those fighter jets or any jets for that matter took part in this attack, because it is impossible. Logistically talking, the distance-wise, refueling need, and all of these things, if you take all of these things into consideration, it is impossible for any fighter jet to reach from Tel Aviv, from Israel to Iran. Unless, of course, the puppets like Saudi, Jordan, Egypt will help them. Unless that happens, it cannot be possible at all. And this is why Joe Biden did not give Israel F-35 refueling airplanes when they requested Joe Biden back in the year 2022. Joe Biden said, hold on it. We do not want any war. And why U.S. did not want any war with Iran? It is obvious, because U.S., all of the bases will be gone, and US's energy supply, the whole Middle East will be on fire, and US's economy will just collapse. So they never want a war with Iran. And so he said to Israel in 2022, when Israel requested those refueling airplanes, he said, no, I'm not going to be giving it to you, because if I give you, you guys are maniacs, lunatics, just like myself, Joe Biden. So I don't know. I mean, if I give it to you, you're going to use it against Iran, and I don't want that. And this is exactly what happened. Now, let's talk about Joe Biden, shall we? So this guy, obvious, pathetic Genocide Joe, he was at a rally in, I believe it was, where was it? In a rally. Okay, let's play the video, and you will see this lady is calling him out. Okay, so... Okay, so...
Not written about in our history books. Not taught in our schools. Let her talk. Let her talk.
Okay, so let her talk. Let her talk, and okay.
No, let her go. There's a lot of innocent people being killed. There's a lot of innocent people being killed, and has to stop.
Okay, so Biden is responding to this lady who is saying, who is shouting out about the genocide, and he's saying a lot of people got killed, and this must stop. So the next thing you know is he's sending them more weapons and more money to conduct exactly that. I mean, how pathetic, how ridiculous this guy had become, the U.S. administration and all of them, is unbelievable, unfathomable. But this is, at the end of the day, is a big humiliation for the state of Israel, for the Zionist state, after what they have done to Iran, which is literally nothing. I will see.
Our BRICS aspirants, they want to join the BRICS. The roundtable discussion among the leaders of these 36 countries encompassed 57% of the world population and nearly half of the world output measured in international prices. In other words, this was a very, very significant meeting representing more than half of the world. And it was a meeting, of course, in which none of the Western countries, meaning the United States, Canada, Britain, the European Union, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, were there. So this is the rest of the world saying, we don't buy your sanctions, your bullying is the way they see it. Your actions that are outside of the UN. And so they're forming a very large global network as an alternative. And it's very meaningful, very important. What was notable for me in the outcome was not only the very strong show of goodwill among these 36 countries. There was little squabbling. They did their business. It was a very congenial meeting. But these countries did not aim to overturn international law or the UN. The entire declaration, the Kazan Declaration, named after the place where the meeting took place, Kazan, Russia, is all about making the United Nations system work. What these countries were saying was they don't like the United States and its so-called friends and allies operating outside of the UN system, overthrowing governments, putting on sanctions that are not legal by international standards, bullying countries, and so forth. So it wasn't to overturn the UN-based system. It was to say, behave, live within it. We're pledged to do so. We will cooperate among ourselves. And it was really tacitly saying to the US and others, you can't get away with your making up the rules as you go along. We have international rules and processes, and you can't force us to play by your rules.
What is the respective comparative wealth of the BRICS nations, whether it's gross domestic product or gross national product? You're the world-class economist. I'm hardly in that category. However you want to measure it, BRICS versus G7. I mean, there's no comparison, is there?
Well, there are a lot of different measures. The G7 countries are still rich per person. So the high income world is the US and Canada, Europe, Britain, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea, Singapore, a few countries in the Middle East, and so on. That's the so-called high income world. These BRICS countries, by and large, are middle income countries. They don't have the same per capita income, but they're much more populous. And so in the aggregate, they are a larger output than the G7 countries. Take the US and China as a comparison. China and the US, when measured by a common set of prices, what we call international prices, so you use the same pricing system to evaluate the US output and the Chinese output. China is a larger economy than the United States now, maybe 30% larger. But remember that the population of China is 4 times the United States. So the output per person in the US is still more than 3 times China's level by most measures. But in the aggregate, China's enormous, and it's the lead trade partner with the most countries in the world, actually, now. It carries a great deal of weight. It's got a manufacturing production base that's probably roughly twice the size of US production. And China has arrived at the cutting edge of technology. The idea that the United States is just so far ahead that China can't catch up is simply wrong. China's way ahead of the United States in certain areas. For instance, in the efficient, low-cost production of solar modules, of wind turbines, of 4th-generation nuclear power, of electric vehicles, of many things that the world really wants. And so in this sense, China's highly competitive, very large, tremendous industrial base. They've done an absolutely great job. When you look at the BRICS overall, by the same metric that I mentioned, international prices, the 10 BRICS countries have about 36% of world output, whereas the G7 countries, and remember that's the US and Canada, Britain, France, Italy, Germany, Japan, if I've got all of that right, 6, 4, 1, yes.
Right.
So those 7, they're about 30% of world output. The BRICS 10 is about 36% of world output. The countries that were around the table, the 10 plus the other 26, the 36 around the table, by my quick calculation, it came to about 47% of world output and 57% of the world population. So very, very sizable, extremely important. And by the way, of course, we should understand this translates into military power, into technology, and so forth. The idea that the United States is just so far ahead militarily that it can get its way, that it can demand countries to do this or that, is a thing of the past, if it was ever true. But it's definitely not true today. The United States simply can't decide how the world's going to be, but people in Washington, in their real delusion, I would say, because they don't understand most of this, they don't get out enough to understand how the world's changing and how fast it's changing, they still believe that this is a US-led world. Of course, our president does. He really lives in the past, and he uses slogans from the 1990s, and he has led the United States into disasters, like the war in Ukraine, thinking it would be a pushover. What's Russia? They couldn't possibly compete with Ukraine if Ukraine is backed by the United States and more generally by NATO. Well, this turned out to be completely wrong. The idea that Israel can just bully its way to military dominance in the Middle East, clearly a thing of the past. Even with the US backing, they can't win these wars. They won't win these wars. Israel is in an incredibly self-destructive mode right now. Of course, it's in an utterly destructive mode, horrifically, but it's also self-destructive because it too is operating on the basis that it has military dominance, which it no longer has. This is how the world is changing.
Was there once a G8, and was the eighth member Russia?
Indeed. In the 1990s. There was a time, it was the right time and the right idea. I was part of it then as a much younger economist. But in the late 80s and the early 1990s, President Mikhail Gorbachev and President Boris Yeltsin were absolutely clear, plain. We want our country to be normal. We want it to be peaceful, integrated with the Western countries. There's no reason for a Cold War. That's all a thing of the past. I heard that to my face from President Boris Yeltsin. This was the absolute opportunity available to us, but we blew it terribly in the 1990s. Bush Sr. in his last year, when he had Cheney as his defense secretary and Wolfowitz as the deputy, they said, okay, now the U.S. runs the world. They just suffered from such arrogance that they couldn't take the deal of peace straight out. But in those early days, Russia joined the G7, become part of the G8, because that seemed to be the way things were going. But what happened is that a combination of forces in the United States, the so-called neoconservatives, which were hell-bent on global domination by the United States, or what was once called full-spectrum dominance, or what the international relations people call hegemony. That's what they wanted. Then there was another group, equally nuts and got us into terrible trouble. And that was the arch Zionists that said that Israel would be its own mini hegemon in the Middle East. And Netanyahu's been at this for a long time, and he's really wrecked his country, and he's wrecking our country as well. Because starting in the mid-1990s, his idea was, well, we just have to overthrow every country in the Middle East that doesn't like the United States. And this is what AIPAC and the Israel lobby convinced the United States to do. We fought trillions of dollars worth of wars at the behest of the Israel lobby, at the behest of Netanyahu. Netanyahu was the great cheerleader for the Iraq War. He was the great cheerleader for overthrowing Syria. He's been the cheerleader for a war with Iran that he's just desperate to have this coming week. And I mean it literally. But it would be a disaster for Israel and a disaster for the United States, and it could escalate into a World War III as well, because Iran was at the table, and it has a very strong, close relationship with Russia, with China, with other countries right now.
Did Iran join BRICS this week?
Yeah, of course. Iran is part of BRICS. It's now a core member of BRICS. So is the United Arab Emirates. So is Egypt. So is Ethiopia. Very significant countries. And who was there at the BRICS meeting, by the way? Our NATO ally, Turkey. President Erdogan. This is absolutely notable. We have treated Turkey so badly for so long, by the way. Turkey became an aspirant to join the European Union many decades ago, and Europe played games with Turkey for decades. Is it any surprise that Turkey's looking for other markets, other ways, with a much more dynamic part of the world? And this is another thing that I think is important to mention. We talked about relative size, but relative economic growth. The G7 countries are growing maybe 1% to 2% per year right now. Germany may be in an outright recession. Europe is in the doldrums. The BRICS countries, the core BRICS countries, are growing on average about 5% right now, much, much faster than the West or the G7 countries. So other countries see not only this big size and the lack of bullying, but they also see fast economic growth. And they see, of course, the access to now finance, because China is providing significant finance to countries to help them build infrastructure that they buy from China. It's great for China's economy, but great for the recipient countries too. Whereas the United States Congress says, we don't want to have anything to do with the rest of the world. That's, a waste of our money. Well, okay. So then you get the rest of the world joining the table in Kazan this week.
You mentioned something I had not heard mentioned before, Professor Sachs, with respect to BRICS, and that is military. Before you reply, here's, and you just told us that Iran joined BRICS. Here's Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, not very happy with the Israelis earlier this week, cut number one.
Western politicians have been disgraced. Western policy has been exposed. They have failed. This is a major defeat. No one should speak of the Western civilization anymore. This is Western civilization. It doesn't care about taking money from its own people in all sorts of ways and sending it to kill small children, innocent offspring, destroy families, and martyr 10,000 children, leaving thousands orphaned. It doesn't matter to them. This is Western culture.
Correct me if I have this wrong. He, and not the president of Iran, controls foreign and military policy.
Well, President Pezeshkian was at the BRICS. He certainly has a say. I don't think any one person, even the supreme leader, has all the control. It's a collegial government, like any government, by the way. There's almost never such thing as one person in control. But yes,
unless you're Donald Trump in his second term, but we'll save that for another.
Exactly. We'll talk about that another time. But I think what's interesting is that what we were just listening to is actually the dominant view around the world right now. Where is Western civilization when Israel is massacring tens of thousands of people before our eyes, blowing up the housing, the hospitals, the clinics, the infrastructure of Gaza, then now bombing indiscriminately Beirut, in fact, all parts of Lebanon. They were just bombing the port of Tyre, and Netanyahu's talking about expanding the war to Iran. Of course, he can't do it other than the United States getting into a war with Iran, which would be a a complete disaster and a disaster for Israel, though it's the one that Netanyahu is egging on. But the point that I'm making is it is a pervasive view around the world that I am hearing every single day, that there are no Western values because we see a genocide unfolding in Gaza. We see absolutely zero will of the US government to rein in what Israel is doing, though everything that Israel is doing depends on the US bombs, the US weapon systems, the US financing. This is a US operation being carried out by Israel, but with complete complicity by the United States and silence by Europe.
Right.
So what this means from a psychological point of view, in other words, soft power is a term that's sometimes used, is very, very important in this. And it's not just the Ayatollah saying these things. This is now the common parlance around the world. I'm asked all the time, what is your government doing? How can it stand by when Israel is committing these crimes? It's an amazing question. It's so stark. It's such a profound failure of American politics that it is like this. And what I find completely amazing is that Netanyahu has been leading the United States into disaster after disaster after disaster, and he still shows up to Congress, which takes money from the Israel lobby, and he gets 50 standing ovations.
Right.
After the Iraq war, after all the wars that he has led us into, the massive debts that he has caused, the massive loss of life that he's caused, the increasing instability that he's caused, he gets applause in the US Congress because they are simply on the take.
I want to spend just a few minutes with you on Ukraine. I know both of these statements that I'm going to summarize will raise your blood pressure. Senator Graham, I could stop right there. Senator Graham wants the Ukrainians to lower their draft age to 18. This after they've lost more than 600,000 young men. Congressman Mike Turner, who's the head of the House Intelligence Committee, says if North Korean troops are on the ground, it's time for American troops to take them out. Now, these two people are lunatics, but
yes,
might
they are.
President Biden, might a President Harris, might a President Trump listen to them?
Well, the problem with all our presidents is that they listen to the CIA, the security state. Whatever they say, things tend to go in a deep and consistent way towards continued war, continued escalation. We are the country of perpetual war. So politics is quite superficial in our country. There's a big war machine. It's always revving. It takes a president of competence and stature and high energy to stop wars. That's the main job of a president. It's very easy to go to war because you've got lots of people like the ones that you cited that are always for war. They want to sell military equipment. They're funded by the military industrial complex, by the arms contractors. They never saw war that they didn't like. Lindsey Graham is simply a buffoon, in my opinion, and has been throughout his career. And he's been on the wrong side of every single foreign policy issue. His track record is, if we actually judged by how things go, how did it go, Lindsey, in Afghanistan? How did it go in Iraq? How did it go in Syria? How did it go in Libya? How did it go in Ukraine? All your wars have been trillions of dollars of waste and massive squandering of lives. And all you do, Lindsey Graham, is call for more war. Well, frankly, people like this are a disgrace, but they're a complete disservice to the American people. And I was just looking at an opinion survey just before we got on. A huge preponderance of young people in this country want to cut off arms to Israel. Of course, this is the right answer. It should happen today. We need peace. And by the way, the road to peace is absolutely clear. As we've discussed, the road to peace has been set forward by the Palestinians, it's been set forward by the Arab League, it's been set forward by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, it's been agreed to with Iran, it's been agreed to by overwhelming majorities of the UN General Assembly and the UN Security Council, and that's the state of Palestine. That's it. And so what are we fighting? We're fighting Netanyahu's absolute cruel and delusional attempt to prevent the Palestinians from having a state of their own. That's what this is about. And he would take us to World War III for that completely disgusting and unworthy aim.
Professor Sachs, a pleasure, my dear friend. Thank you for joining us. I know it's an inconvenient time for you where you are, but
it's always great to be with you.
I appreciate it so much, and I hope you'll come back again next
Of course.
week. Jeff, these are such stimulating conversations. It's the end of the day, the end of the week where you are and here, though it's much later where you are. But it's a joy to be with you, and I hope we can do it again next week.
We will. Take care.
All
Thanks.
the best.
President Vladimir Putin. BRICS continues to grow and is easily one of the most influential organizations on Earth today. BRICS was originally founded as just BRIC back in 2009, consisting of Brazil, Russia, India, and China. And then a year later in 2010, South Africa was added. This is a group of developing countries who have united in their common goal to transform the global financial system to provide more opportunities for economic development. And in 2023, BRICS held a historic summit in South Africa, and it officially expanded, adding Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the United Arab Emirates as official members. So there are now 9 members of BRICS, which is now sometimes referred to as BRICS Plus. And at another historic BRICS summit in the Russian city of Kazan in October 2024, BRICS once again grew. The Russian media reported that 13 new countries were invited to become BRICS partners. Now, these nations are not full members of BRICS, but they're on the pathway to eventually becoming full members. And the Indian media reported that the 13 new BRICS partner countries are Algeria, Belarus, Bolivia, Cuba, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Nigeria, Thailand, Turkey, Uganda, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. Now, this list of countries was not officially announced at the BRICS summit, but it was also confirmed by Brazilian diplomats in an article in the Brazilian media. So this is another historic development that shows how BRICS continues to grow in influence. Even before the expansion, the original 5 members of BRICS made up 1/3 of the entire global economy when you measure GDP at purchasing power parity, adjusting for differences in exchange rates of currencies. And then when you look at their population, they're even more influential. BRICS together has more than 40% of the entire world's population. And when you add in the new full members of BRICS, including major oil producers like Iran and the United Arab Emirates, together they represent 30% of the entire world's oil production and more than 20% of all of the goods exports on Earth. And it's very instructive if you compare BRICS to the G7, that is the group of 7 imperial nations that colonize most of the world, that consists of North America, Europe, and Japan. If you look at their share of global GDP, the G7's share is now under 30%, whereas BRICS' share of global GDP is at 1/3, 33%, and continues to grow over time. And this is before the expansion of BRICS. This is just looking at the original 5 members. And the differences are even more pronounced when you compare the population of the G7, which together is less than 10% of the entire world and is shrinking over time. Again, compare that to BRICS, which has more than 40% of the entire world's population. Now, the 2024 BRICS summit in Kazan, Russia was particularly important because it was the first summit that featured the 4 new members: Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the United Arab Emirates. Now, some people are a bit confused as to which countries exactly are members of BRICS, because at the 2023 summit in South Africa, Saudi Arabia and Argentina were also invited to join. At that time, Argentina had a center-left government, and the president, Alberto Fernandez, accepted the offer. However, before January 1st of 2024, when Argentina would officially become a BRICS member, in December of 2023, a new right-wing, very pro-US leader came to power named Javier Milei, and he is extremely anti-China and anti-Russia. And Javier Milei told Washington that he would not ally with BRICS, and he withdrew Argentina from BRICS. However, another country was invited to join officially, and that was Saudi Arabia. And initially, Saudi Arabia said that it was interested in joining. However, it has not officially confirmed and has not denied that it will become a member. And Saudi Arabia's de facto leader, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, did not attend the BRICS summit in Russia in 2024. Instead, Saudi Arabia only sent its foreign minister. So Riyadh has been very ambiguous. It's clear that Saudi Arabia is trying not to upset the United States, its historic longtime ally. So Saudi Arabia is not a member of BRICS. However, the United Arab Emirates is a full member, and the UAE sent its president, Mohammed bin Zayed, to Russia to participate in the conference. He was joined, of course, by Russia's President Vladimir Putin, China's President Xi Jinping, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa. And they were also joined by the leaders of Egypt, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed, and the President of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian. Now, there were more than 30 countries that participated in this summit. It was very important. Every single year, BRICS has more countries around the world expressing interest. And the meeting in Russia was particularly important because it also featured the president of Turkey, formerly known as Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And Turkey is actually a member of NATO. So this is an example of how Erdogan is trying to play the West against the East and trying to be involved in all of these different organizations. And along with Erdogan, there were also representatives of other countries, heads of state, including the leaders of Laos, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Venezuela's President Nicolás Maduro, and Bolivia's President Luis Arce. And they were also joined by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. So what exactly happened at the summit? I'm going to talk about some of the most important developments. But first, I should mention one of the most significant things that actually happened before the summit officially began, and that is that China and India held diplomatic talks to resolve a border dispute. This is very important. This is historic. And in fact, China's President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, had a one-on-one meeting at the BRICS summit to try to reduce tensions. This is very important because the United States and the Western powers have been trying to divide BRICS and have been trying to, in particular, cause more tension between China and India. India is a country kind of like Turkey that has been playing both sides of both East and West. And India is also the member of the so-called Quad, which stands for Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, alongside the United States, Japan, and Australia. And although they don't say it openly, it's clear that the Quad is an anti-China organization. And in recent years, India has been growing closer to the United States. Both the former president, Donald Trump, and the current US President, Joe Biden, have been trying to recruit India for their new Cold War on China. Tensions between China and India have been quite difficult in recent years. And in fact, in 2020, there was a low-level armed conflict over a border dispute, and some soldiers even died as some Indian and Chinese soldiers were fighting each other. However, in 2024, relations between China and India got a little better. In May, for the first time in 18 months, China sent its ambassador to India, which was a sign of diplomatic warming up. And then before the BRICS summit, China and India signed this historic agreement, which reduces tensions and tries to resolve this border dispute. What's noteworthy is how Russia played a diplomatic role in helping to negotiate peace between China and India. Russia has very good relations with both China and with India, and Moscow has made this a priority, trying to encourage more stability inside BRICS, whereas the United States and the Western powers have been trying to antagonize China and Russia and India and turn them all against each other. Another reason that India has had for moving a little bit back toward the East and not being as friendly with the West is that the US and Canada have been pressuring India over allegations that Indian intelligence officers have killed Indian dissidents living in North America. This has led to a slight cooling of tensions between India and the West, although they still are very good relations. And this is one of the reasons why India has been trying to improve its diplomacy with China. However, if you read the Western media, especially US newspapers like the Washington Post and the New York Times, you can see that they are trying to encourage more hostility and instability inside BRICS. They're trying to turn India and China against each other because the United States sees BRICS as a threat to its hegemonic domination of the world. In fact, Russian President Putin referenced this at the Kazan summit in 2024. He noted that BRICS is giving birth to a more multipolar world. However, the Western hegemonic powers are opposing this. He noted that the transition is being slowed down, quote, by forces accustomed to thinking and acting in the logic of dominating everything and everyone, quote. He's obviously referring to the United States and the unipolar order in the 90s and 2000s in which Washington tried to impose its will on all countries on earth so U.S. corporations could benefit from exploiting workers around the world and extracting the natural resources of countries around the world. And BRICS is saying very clearly in a unified voice that unipolar US-dominated world order is dead and buried. We are firmly in a multipolar world. This message was also made loud and clear in the speech that China's President Xi Jinping delivered at the BRICS summit in Kazan. President Xi said, quote, "We must work together to build BRICS into a primary channel for strengthening solidarity and cooperation among Global South nations and a vanguard for advancing global governance reform," end quote. And he called for peace in Gaza and Lebanon. He said that they must promote an immediate ceasefire and an end to Israel's killing. And he called for a just and lasting resolution for the Palestinian people, the creation of a Palestinian state. And President Xi emphasized that the Global South is rising and BRICS can be the voice of the Global South. So he called for further expanding BRICS and adding new members. And in particular, a point that was emphasized in this summit, which I'm going to talk about in greater detail, is, as President Xi put it, the reform of the international financial architecture. And he said BRICS countries must play a leading role in reforming the international monetary and financial system using institutions like the BRICS Bank, the New Development Bank. Now, I previously published a very long video and an article explaining BRICS's plan to transform the global monetary and financial system. This is based on a historic report that was published by Russia's Central Bank and Finance Ministry. And in this report, they call for the creation of a BRICS cross-border payment initiative in which countries can use national currencies and not the US dollar. They also called for creating an alternative to the SWIFT interbank messaging system and creating what they call a BRICS Clear platform so they can have new forms of investment, including financial assets denominated in national currencies, not in US dollars. They also called for experimenting with new technologies like the distributed ledger technology, DLT, such as blockchain, and the use of central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, to settle trade imbalances. And Putin said pretty clearly at the summit that their goal is to create an alternative to the Bretton Woods institutions. This is a reference to the US dollar-dominated financial system that was created at the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944 that made the US dollar the global reserve currency and also established the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and the World Bank. The United States is the only country on earth that has veto power in both the IMF and the World Bank. And for the history of these institutions, the president of the World Bank has always been an American, and the managing director of the IMF has always been a European. So these are institutions that are dominated by the West, and BRICS is saying we need an alternative. And it's not just Russia calling for transforming the global monetary and financial system. At the Kazan summit in October, Iran's new president, Masoud Pezeshkian, also called for reducing the BRICS countries' dependence on the Western-controlled financial system. He said, quote, "We should not continue depending on Western payment systems. This is a big threat," end quote. He called for creating new alternatives. And then Pezeshkian said, quote, "Iran will do everything for the BRICS group to successfully promote the task of reforming the structure of global economic management and creating alternative possibilities for Global South countries." So in addition to calling for creating new platforms for cross-border payment using non-US dollar currencies, the currencies of BRICS members, and in addition to calling for a new BRICS Clear platform for financial instruments and investment in other currencies and focusing on developing countries in the Global South, that's all very important. Another very significant development was Russia's proposal for the creation of a BRICS grain exchange, which can be expanded into a larger commodities exchange. At the Kazan summit, President Putin noted that BRICS countries are among the world's largest producers of grains and oils, and Russia is the world's biggest wheat exporter. And Putin said that the BRICS grain exchange, quote, "will contribute to the formation of fair and predictable price indicators for products and raw materials, considering its special role in ensuring food security. The implementation of this initiative will help protect national markets from negative external interference, speculation, and attempts to create an artificial food shortage," end quote. So what's interesting is Russia's pointing out a few things here. One, this is about food security for developing countries, which often are relying on food imports. And if prices for food imports change a lot, it can lead to crises and cause hunger in poor countries. So Russia's saying that we should create this exchange as a way of weakening the influence of financial speculators trying to profit from big fluctuations in food prices. And Russia has said that this grain exchange is just the beginning and will likely be expanded to include other commodities exchanges, especially for gold and other metals and oil and gas. And these can also be used to settle trade imbalances if countries decide that they don't want to settle trade imbalances with a currency. They don't want, for instance, extra Russian rubles or extra Indian rupees because they don't have anything they can buy, anything additional. that they can buy with those, so they can settle trade imbalances using commodities like gold or even grain or oil or gas. Now, I also want to look at some of the statements made by a new BRICS partner state, which is Bolivia in Latin America. Bolivia's president, Luis Arce, attended the summit, and he gave a very powerful speech condemning colonialism and imperialism, calling for global South unity to create a new financial architecture. And when President Arce announced that Bolivia is now a partner state of BRICS, he praised the organization and said that, quote, every day it advances the consolidation of a new multipolar world, end quote. And he called for development, economic growth, industrialization, and redistribution of wealth. This is very important. He's saying that BRICS is a tool for the global South to help to redistribute wealth away from the rich colonialist countries concentrated in the global North toward the global South countries that were colonized by the West and are demanding more equity and more economic opportunities and development. And I want to translate a few quotes from the very powerful speech that President Arce gave at the BRICS summit. He said, BRICS can help to transform the global economy for common development and mutual benefit. He said, Bolivia is a country that is rich in natural resources. It has the world's largest reserves of lithium. And he said, Bolivia is in the process of industrialization, and BRICS can provide mutual benefit to help these countries in the global South to develop. And he said, this meeting in Kazan, Russia, is part of a new moment in history in which the historically subordinated peoples and nations can ally together behind the shield of BRICS and multipolarity. It's a very powerful comment. He's saying that BRICS and multipolarity can help protect the formerly colonized countries of the global South. And he said, together we can implement our own processes of development with sovereignty in our national territories without any interference. And then he said, we can take back our institutional places that the West has denied us, have prevented us from using. So he's saying that the West continues to oppress and subordinate the global South. And the most powerful part of this speech is he said that we must transform this world, quote, dominated by Western unipolarity and the tyranny of the dollar, end quote. It's a very powerful speech. So here Bolivia's president is saying, what does he see in BRICS? He sees a platform for global South unity to challenge Western unipolarity and the tyranny of the dollar. Now, in the final section of this analysis today, I want to highlight some of the main points of the Kazan Declaration that was signed by all of the BRICS members after the summit in Russia in October. The statement is quite long. It's 33 pages, but I have a few highlights here. The BRICS countries called for, quote, the promotion of peace, a more representative, fairer international order, a reinvigorated and reformed multilateral system, sustainable development, and inclusive growth. They welcomed the considerable interest of countries of the global South in joining BRICS and announced the creation of the BRICS partner countries, of which there are now 13. And the statement called for a more equitable, just, democratic, and balanced multipolar world order. And in this order, they said that the central role still must be the United Nations. This is important because they're contrasting this to the West's idea of the so-called rules-based international order, in which the West makes the rules and orders everyone around. BRICS is saying, no, there is no so-called rules-based order. There is only the United Nations-centered order based on international law. However, they emphasize that there is an urgent need to reform the United Nations, which is still too dominated by the Western powers. They said that there must be equitable and inclusive geographical representation in the United Nations leadership and in other international organizations. They're acknowledging that the global South needs more representation. As part of this, they openly call for comprehensive reform of the United Nations, including the Security Council. And in the UN, there are only 5 countries with veto power. These are the permanent members, which consist of, yes, BRICS members, China and Russia. However, the US, Britain, and France also have permanent member status and thus veto power, despite the fact that France and the UK each only have fewer than 70 million people, and yet massive countries like India, which has 1.4 billion people, does not have a permanent seat in the Security Council. This is why it's so important to reform the Security Council. In the same vein, the BRICS Kazan Declaration calls for reforming the Bretton Woods institutions like the IMF and the World Bank, which are entirely dominated by the Western powers. They called for increasing representation of emerging markets and developing countries in leadership positions, considering that these countries now represent more and more of the global economy. And in that vein, they likewise call for ending illegal unilateral sanctions, which they emphasize that the West's sanctions are against international law. The Kazan Declaration has an entire section calling for transforming the global monetary and financial system. It says that there is an urgent need for reform, citing high debt levels in some developing countries and the inherent problems with the international financial architecture, especially when, for instance, interest rates were raised in 2022 and 2023 in the US and Europe, which caused the currencies of many poor countries to fall in value against the dollar and the euro, which means that it makes it more difficult to pay for imports. Imports of things like food and energy become much more expensive. And it also means that poor countries that have debt denominated in dollars or euros, as their currencies fall against the dollar and the euro, it makes it even more prohibitively difficult to pay off that debt. So the BRICS statement emphasizes the need for transforming this financial system. It notes that the New Development Bank can play a key role in helping to provide alternatives, and they called for more and more local currency financing in the New Development Bank and strengthening innovation with new technologies. And they called for the creation of a new investment platform, which is the BRICS Clear platform, to boost the investment flow into the countries of BRICS and into Global South countries with new mechanisms for investment. And they called for expanding the New Development Bank and adding new members. The Kazan Declaration calls for new cross-border payment instruments using local currencies between BRICS members and other countries, not the US dollar. They call for strengthening correspondent banking networks within BRICS, creating the BRICS Cross-Border Payments Initiative, and strengthening the BRICS Payment Task Force, which already exists. They call for connecting the financial markets infrastructure of BRICS countries using the BRICS Clear platform and creating a BRICS insurance company. And they call for reforming the BRICS IMF alternative, which is called the Contingent Reserve Agreement, the CRA, and for using alternative currencies within the CRA, not just the US dollar. So it truly is an alternative to the US-dominated IMF. And finally, the Kazan Declaration referenced some of the geopolitical crises and wars happening. The BRICS Declaration reiterates grave concern over the humanitarian crisis in the occupied Palestinian territory, in particular the unprecedented escalation of violence in Gaza and the West Bank as a result of the Israeli military offensive, which led to mass killing and injury of civilians, forced displacement, and widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure. They denounced the Israeli attacks against humanitarian operations, facilities, personnel, and distribution points. They call for Israel's withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, and they acknowledge the case in the International Court of Justice that South Africa has introduced against Israel and how it demanded that Israel stop killing Palestinians and that it stop attacking Rafah in Gaza. And the statement reaffirms support for the state of Palestine's full membership in the United Nations and a two-state solution, the establishment of a sovereign, independent, and viable state of Palestine with the internationally recognized borders of 1967, Of course, Israel has always opposed this, and the U.S. has opposed it, protecting Israel. But it's important that the BRICS countries together made it very clear in writing that this is what they support. They also called for peace and a ceasefire in Lebanon, and they condemn the loss of civilian lives and the immense damage to civilian infrastructure resulting from attacks by Israel in residential areas in Lebanon. And they strongly condemned the attacks on UN personnel. And furthermore, the statement defends the sovereignty of Syria and of Iran. They said that Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be observed. They condemned the illegal foreign military presence in Syria, which is a reference to the U.S. military occupation. They emphasized that the U.S. military is illegally occupying Syrian territory and that the U.S. sanctions and European sanctions on Syria are illegal and violate international law. They also condemned Israel's attacks on Iran, which violate Iranian sovereignty. And they condemned foreign intervention, that is Western meddling in Africa. And they emphasized the principle of African solutions to African problems without foreign meddling. What's also interesting is the BRICS Kazan Declaration called for the establishment of a zone free of nuclear weapons in the Middle East, which is a clear sign that they oppose Israel having nuclear weapons. It's the only country in the Middle East that has nuclear weapons. And they called for the prevention of an arms race in outer space, and they called for stopping the weaponization of outer space. This is something that in the United Nations has been called for repeatedly, and China and Russia have said they do not want an arms race in space. They do not want to weaponize outer space. However, it's consistently the United States that opposes these resolutions and calls in the UN, making it very clear the U.S. does want an arms race and the U.S. does want to weaponize space, not the BRICS countries, which want peace. So those are the main points of the Kazan Declaration that was signed by all BRICS members at this historic summit in Russia in 2024. I just wanted to provide an overview of this because if you follow the Western media, there is very little information. And of course, it tends to be very biased against the BRICS. So with that said, I'm going to conclude. I am Ben Norton, the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. If you like
The super trustworthy, not sketchy at all, UK intelligence community is trying to claim that Russia is bombing Gaza food aid ships. And I can't even begin to tell you how ridiculous that sounds. British intelligence claimed that sometimes between the 5th and the 14th, Russians attacked Ukrainian port infrastructure in the Black Sea. And they just so happened to publish this the night after the BRICS summit. This was clearly published with a couple of goals in mind. The West wants to demonize Russia any opportunity they get in order to protect and defend their NATO puppet Ukraine. But there's even a more sinister goal in mind. They know the world is gathering behind Palestine right now, and they want you to believe that Russia is actually on the side of Israel regarding preventing aid from getting to Palestine and just generally supporting the genocide in general, or at least making the situation worse. And they want you to somehow believe that any disruption with Ukrainian infrastructure means that Palestinians are going to suffer with absolutely zero proof. It's all allegations. And the allegations are actually hilarious. Because while Western countries like the UK have not only been allowing Israel to get away with genocide, but actually have helped facilitate it, Russia and BRICS have invited Palestine to join the BRICS coalition. And coincidentally, Palestine is supposed to be submitting its application to join BRICS at the summit that's going on right now. And they were asked to join BRICS at the behest of Russia. Now, while Russia and BRICS is doing what it can at the moment to help Palestine, the UK has done the total opposite. Not only the UK, but the West. I mean, where are the random, conveniently placed intelligence reports in the media talking about how Netanyahu is starving the Palestinian people from the UK intelligence community? As a matter of fact, outside of getting back ethnic Russians who are being held hostage back into Russia since October 7th, Russia ain't done shit for Israel. And you know who knows this? Netanyahu. Because even Netanyahu has complained about Russia's quote-unquote anti-Israel stance, which we all know really means a pro-Palestinian stance. And so far, the BRICS summit has looked like a success that has been led by Russia. So of course, the UK and the West are going to try to turn Russia's allies against them, because most of those allies obviously support the Palestinian cause and are against the genocide that Israel's committing in Gaza. And if they can sprinkle on a little bit of pro-Ukraine propaganda in the process, well, wouldn't hurt. At the end of the day, I don't give a single damn shit or fuck about the UK or about what the West in general has to say about what Russia is doing in Palestine, while we are literally witnessing them fund a genocide that wouldn't exist if they would just stop funding it.
During a conversation with journalists in Kazan, President Vladimir Putin finally commented on the rumors about the presence of North Korean soldiers in Russia. This happened after an American journalist asked the Russian president to comment on satellite images that showed the presence of soldiers from North Korea on Russian territory. Moreover, this American journalist called the arrival of soldiers from North Korea in Russia a real escalation of the Ukrainian conflict, which could lead to the outbreak of a global war. In response, Vladimir Putin said that the real escalation began after the United States organized a coup in Ukraine in 2014, bringing Western puppets to power. As for the presence of North Korean soldiers on Russian territory, Vladimir Putin noted that on September 24, 2024, the Russian State Duma finally ratified the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement with North Korea. According to this agreement, Russia and North Korea commit to help each other in the event of an attack on one of the two countries. At the same time, it is worth noting that the attacked country will receive military assistance with all available means. Answering a question from an American journalist from NBC, Vladimir Putin pointed out that not only foreign mercenaries from dozens of countries of the world are fighting on the side of Ukraine, but also active duty soldiers and officers of armies of NATO countries. We know perfectly well how maritime drone launches occur in the Black Sea. We know perfectly well that the officers from the armies of NATO countries operate these drones. The same applies to high-precision weapons such as ATACMS ballistic missiles and Storm Shadow cruise missiles. We know perfectly well that NATO officers operate these sophisticated armaments in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin said. Thus, Vladimir Putin has not officially denied or confirmed the presence of North Korean soldiers on Russian territory. Against this backdrop, the head of the Kiev regime, Vladimir Zelensky, became hysterical and wept. In particular, this comedian accused Western countries of inaction. According to him, on October 28, 2024, North Korean militants will allegedly appear at the front and start killing Ukrainian soldiers, while the West, led by the United States, continues to turn a blind eye to this. Commenting on the possible appearance of North Korean soldiers in a special military operation zone, many experts expressed confidence that this is a symmetrical response from Russia to the actions of the West. The fact is that as of October 26, 2024, mercenaries from 85 countries of the world are fighting on the side of Ukraine. This was made possible largely due to the efforts of the West and the financial capabilities of the United States. In addition, active duty soldiers and officers from almost all armies of NATO countries are also fighting on the side of Ukraine. Thus, the involvement of North Korean soldiers in the current conflict can be considered Moscow's mirror response to the aggressive actions of the West, led by the United States. Meanwhile, it is worth noting that rumors about the appearance of 3,000 North Korean soldiers on Russian territory appeared exactly when the Russian army began to win convincing victories in all directions of the front, rapidly approaching the end of a special military operation. At the same time, it is reported that in the coming weeks, the number of North Korean soldiers in Russia may increase to 12,000 people. All this indicates that North Korean soldiers were sent to Russia not to help or strengthen the Russian army, but to gain valuable experience in waging war against NATO forces. It was this factor that greatly frightened the leadership of NATO and the Pentagon. According to unconfirmed reports, Russian sabotage and reconnaissance groups and Spetsnaz units have already begun to train North Korean soldiers in effective ways to destroy American and NATO military equipment. In addition, soldiers from North Korea also gain invaluable experience in destroying enemy manpower, consisting of NATO soldiers and officers. Given the high motivation of the North Korean soldiers and their desire to take revenge on the West for dividing their country, they can indeed prove to be a formidable force, especially after the Russian army gives them invaluable fighting experience. At the same time, I am absolutely sure that if necessary, the Russian General Staff can use North Korean soldiers to protect the borders of new regions of Russia, such as Kherson, Zaporizhia, and Donbass. This will reduce the burden on the Russian army, which is forced to use a large number of troops to protect these regions. As a result, this will allow Moscow to involve the remaining Russian troops in conducting a military operation to liberate the Odessa, Nikolaev, Kharkiv, Sumy, Chernihiv, and Kiev regions. In addition, if necessary, Russia can also use North Korean combat crews of multiple launch rocket systems with KN-25 short-range ballistic missiles. These ballistic missiles, 8 meters long and weighing 3 tons, are capable of hitting specific targets with great precision from a distance of hundreds of kilometers. Undoubtedly, this will force the Ukrainian army and NATO forces to stop shelling Donetsk and Belgorod with the help of HIMARS and Vampire multiple launch rocket systems. Against this backdrop, South Korean President Yoon Suk Yeol held an emergency meeting where he officially declared a serious threat to the security of the country. South Korea is concerned about the fact that the presence of North Korean soldiers in the Special Military Operation Zone and close cooperation between Moscow and Pyongyang can significantly strengthen the combat potential of the North Korean army. Official Seoul has already called on Moscow to withdraw North Korean soldiers from Russian territory. In response, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated that the allied relations between Moscow and Pyongyang are not directed against Seoul. However, such a response did not satisfy the South Korean authorities. In Seoul, they are confident that the arrival of North Korean soldiers in the Special Military Operations Zone is connected with the preparation of the North Korean army for a future war on the Korean Peninsula, in order to proceed to a forceful scenario of uniting the country. Many experts in Seoul claim that Russia is strengthening the North Korean army, giving it invaluable fighting experience and military technology, in order to open a second front against the West. Well, I guess that's why Washington was so scared of the systemic military cooperation between Russia and North Korea. Against this backdrop, indeed, it seems that Vladimir Putin has prepared an unpleasant surprise for the United States, as a result of which Moscow will take revenge on Washington for the coup in Kiev in 2014, as a result of which Russia had to launch a special military operation that put an end to Ukrainian statehood.
Okay, you see, even the we have to keep in mind that out of 4 largest economies, 3 largest world economies have been at BRICS. Okay, so it's like, yeah, don't. I am on record for the last 10 years and said, don't even come up to me with all this nonsense of the European Union, and they are, which are by separate. They are basically, pipsqueaks, economy-wise. They can still produce some things which are, of course, of value, like civilian aircraft, and even that third-rate or third world country now, which is United Kingdom, it still continues to produce Rolls-Royce engines, which are critical for example, civilian and military aviation. So, but other than that, you look at the scale of the thing and the events. Yeah, that's what we have now. We have now completely alternative platform for people who do not want to be dominated by the whatever we have now in the United States, and the West, and that happened. Everybody thought it would never happen, but it did happen, and I still have to dedicate a pretty significant chunk of time to go over those 134 points of the final declaration, and it's just like, oh my God. And Putin's press conference, obviously, which he, as usually, did masterfully. And so.
2 quick things, Andre, before we jump to Scott, and that is, since you have friends and family still in Russia, the 2 things that they're saying on the news here, or that we're starting to see. Number 1, the North Koreans are in there just fighting away along with the Russians. They always imply that the Russians are weak and they got to get help. Number 1. Number 2, the rumor all over the place that the Iranians have gotten some kind of an agreement or a deal with Russia to build Su-30s and Su-35s. What say you about those 2 rumors or propaganda points, whatever you want to call them?
Well, Koreans are propaganda. First, we have to keep in mind there are many Russian soldiers and officers who have Asiatic outlook. They look like Koreans. They look like Yakuts. They look like Buryats and all kinds of people. So, yeah, this whole hustle around North Korea is very simple. Kiev and especially Europeans, they want to officially internationalize the conflict in order to have their, kind of justification for put some boots on the ground in the Western Ukraine, which Russia already stated. And so for them they can do only PR. Militarily, there are nobodies there, but, they want to say, okay, you see, Russia now uses the North Korean troops And now we have the official kind of sort of moral justification to use officially our troops on the ground in Ukraine, which of course Kiev regime desperately wants. So that's pretty much it. There's nothing more to it, nothing less. Could there be some officers and some small units of North Koreans to gain combat experience? Oh, absolutely. You definitely can have like company-sized force, which needs to be obviously trained properly and integrated in the command and control structure of the Russian military and the special military operation. So you can have that, no doubt about it. So, but other than that, it's just preposterous. As per Iran, Iran is a pretty advanced nation. At some point of time, they had problem with Iran because they have the oversupply of their PhDs in physics and in mathematics, and engineering. So, well, many people do not know that Iran produces actually, it's the fourth entity which produces the long-range air defense complexes. And they even produce their own cars for all we care. So I wouldn't be surprised, considering the vector of the Russian-Iranian relations, which go towards the comprehensive, essentially military, political, and economic alliance, that at some point of time, they might start, licensing out the Su-30 SM-2, most likely, or Su-35. I'm absolutely not going to be surprised. Russians will come in, will build or help to rearrange the facilities such a way that they can do appropriate, quality control and things of this nature. And sure, in the end, it's still most of the elements of those combat aircraft will be sourced out from Russia, especially avionics and things like that. But I wouldn't be surprised.
Scott, all of that, and also throwing it back out there, BRICS, as I said, I think that the beginning of a rapprochement between India and China on their border issues is a significant issue. But your thoughts on the big story that you see coming out of BRICS, and if you wanted to comment on the other things, that's fine too.
Well, it's interesting to be looking at BRICS from a Western perspective and seeing the Western spin on things. The number one story is in the West is, oh my God, Putin's not isolated like we wanted him to be. Newsflash. But that's not what BRICS is about. Number two story, de-dollarization, oh, look, BRICS isn't ready to do that. That's a failure. De-dollarization is not something that BRICS is pushing. It's a byproduct of, as Putin said, that we didn't decide not to use the dollar. You decided not to let us use the dollar. And so we have no choice but to find something else, and we're still working on it. Things of this nature. And if I said the Bandung conference, nobody in America, hardly anybody in America will know what I'm talking about. They go, what are you talking about? Well, I'm talking about a major conference that took place in Indonesia in 1955, the Bandung Conference. It was a gathering of Asian and African countries, basically rejecting, colonialism, rejecting, the colonial era. And it was a big deal back then. And Zhou Enlai, the Chinese premier at the time, said that this conference will lead to the end of colonialism in 20 years. And he was right. But then we have a problem called neocolonialism. And that is, of course, one way of talking about the rules-based international order and what the United States has imposed on. This BRICS conference that took place in Kazan is the modern-day equivalent of Bandung. This is the end of neocolonialism. This is the end of the rules-based international order. That's what happened. In the West, we're still talking about, the isolation of Putin and, and then we focus on things. I'm not saying that the Chinese-Indian rapprochement is not a big deal. Of course it's a big deal. But it was inevitable because BRICS is designed not to have member nations fighting amongst one another. And so this was going to happen. It's not a shock. But the West doesn't realize is that we lost. We haven't come to grips with that. We're still thinking we're number one. And, we woke up this morning and we're number two, a distant two as a block. BRICS has passed us. What happened in Kazan is a historic event. It's the modern, I use Bandung. A lot of people talk about Bretton Woods. And this is as important as But Bretton Woods was about economics, that link to the dollar. So when you use the Bretton Woods analogy, you put a lot of emphasis on the dollar. Getting rid of the dollar is going to be very, very difficult. It's going to happen, but it isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to take a lot of coordination. The bad news for the dollar is that BRICS is in the process of moving in that direction. Again, it's not because they want to. I mean, to be honest, if I were an advisor to Donald Trump, if he's going to win this election, or Kamala Harris, if she wins it, the first thing I'd say is, if you want to save the dollar, immediately release Russian sovereign wealth, pay them back all the interest you stole, and stop sanctions, lift sanctions. If you do this, they won't be able to form the BRICS currency, because the strength of the dollar, the allure of the dollar, will keep everybody attached to the dollar. If you want to maintain control over the world, keep the dollar viable. But if you want to guarantee that BRICS succeeds in creating this alternative currency, then keep doing what you're doing. And unfortunately, in America, we don't know how to do anything different than what we've done. So this is not just the new Bretton Woods. This is the new Bandung. This is a transformational period in history that we in the West don't comprehend, because we look at everything from a Western-centric point of view. If you go to India and say Bandung, they know exactly what you're talking about. If you go to Indonesia, they know exactly. You go to Africa, exactly. Asia, exactly. All those nations that are joining up now as the new partner states, they know what Bandung is, and they're proud to be part of the new Bandung. So that's my take on BRICS. We in the West aren't going to be able to comprehend what happened until it's far too late. In the military, we use there's John Boyd's OODA loop, the decision-making cycle, and you don't want to be on the reactive end of the OODA loop, because then the enemy's in your decision-making cycle. The BRICS nations are inside the decision-making cycle of the G7, of the United States, of Europe, of NATO, and we don't even realize it. We don't even realize we're in a dogfight, and yet they've already come in and made the initial maneuver. And by the time we realize it and we try to snap in response, we'll be shot down. That's what happened here. This is a decisive defeat for the collective West, and we don't even realize it yet. On Korea, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on my history here, but the North Korean army that fought against against the United States and NATO in the 1950s, many of them fought in the Soviet army during World War II, and many of them fought in the communist China. There's over 7.3 million Koreans who are Russian citizens. There's a huge Korean diaspora in Russia.
Yeah, diaspora is huge.
My wife, she grew up in Sukhumi, Georgia, and she kept saying, hey, my friend from high school, he's working at down in Corning, New York, and we need to go down there and meet him. I haven't seen him since high school. I really want to see him. I'm like, okay, cool. Got there, he's Korean. And when we walked in, I'm like, this has got to be the wrong guy. Nope, Korean. His father was Korean, but they're Soviet. He speaks fluent Russian. So the idea that somebody can take photographs of Koreans in Russian uniform and put it, I do agree, if there's going to be strategic military cooperation between Russia and North Korea, that you can have North Korean observers embedded doing things. What you will not have is North Korean combat units. First of all, Russia's a professional military fighting force. I would never want to go to war with another army I've never trained with. We don't have joint operation procedure. We have different languages, different everything, different fire control, maneuver concepts. It's the quickest way to guarantee defeat. Two, the quickest way to get the Russian people angry is have foreigners on their soil doing the fighting that the Russians should be doing. The Russian people aren't going to put up with a Korean military presence on their soil to liberate Kursk or to liberate the Donbass. And Russia doesn't need it. That's the other thing. The combat inefficiencies attached to using North Korean combat troops actually weakens Russia. It doesn't mean that the North Koreans can't fight, but they have a different style of fighting. They fight in the North Korean system, which isn't the Russian system. Now, it doesn't mean that in some time in the future you won't see the Russians and North Koreans having joint maneuvers. We saw that with the Russians and the Chinese. They have major maneuvers in Inner Mongolia. One of the reasons is to practice having Russian units commanded by Chinese officers and Chinese units commanded by Russian officers and joint command, so that they know their procedures are the same, so that it's like NATO. That's why you can take a German battalion, unplug it, plug it into an American brigade, and it should be able to function because of commonality of procedures, tactics, equipment, etc. The Russians and the Chinese are working on that. They've been working on that for decades. Russia and North Korea haven't been working on that. And so it's going to take some time before they get to that level. It's absurd in the extreme. I would be shocked to find out that North Korea put 12,000 combat troops on the ground, and I would be shocked.
It's a division. Yeah, it's you can. It's yeah.
I'll tell you what I think is happening here, because I looked at those videotapes. If those are North Korean troops, I can guarantee you two things: they're not special forces, and they're not frontline hardened combat troops. You can just tell by the way people move. Look, I went out. I tried out for a Division I baseball team when I was back in the day, thinking I'm a good baseball player, and I was not bad. But I got on the field, and I watched these guys move with cat-like grace, and I watched them field a ball, and I watched them do that, and I went, I ain't this. That ain't me. That was the end of it. I've hung around guys who are combat soldiers who are trained to do it, and they have a certain air about them. What we saw on TV wasn't that. What that looked like was construction battalion guys. And North Korea has promised to send construction battalions to Russia to help reconstruct the Donbass. And Russia has, from my understanding, accepted that. So you may see North Korean construction troops not in combat, but working in the rear to rebuild apartment buildings and things of that nature. And that may be what we're seeing with some of these videos, but those aren't combat troops. That's not how combat troops operate.
North Korean army actually was involved in the construction activity. Forget about civilians. There have been like hundreds of thousands of them, ranging from seasonal workers for the Far East to actually, as Scott correctly stated, what is called strajbat in Russian. Yeah, these are construction troops. They do things like, rebuild buildings. They do some communications, ground communications. They do even sometimes, the railroads. So, and this has been happening between North Korea and Russia, even in the toughest times, because essentially what North Korea would do, especially in 90s and 2000s, when they really went through this horrible situation with the famine and things of this nature, they would send those people to Russia to earn money. Russians will get them into this, fairly comfortable barracks. They will have heat, everything, good plumbing and where to sleep. They will be fed, but they will work in the fields and things like that. And the Russian government would pay, obviously, North Korea, including for those, as Scott correctly stated, company battalion size, force, which is essentially engineering corps. That's what it is. They just build things, and primarily, so that's what it is.
Scott, Andre, something else I wanted to move to. So I read the other day, this is an American newspaper, American stuff, propaganda, no doubt. So they say, Zelensky's
revolutionary salute to our Queen Shang Ji for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the donation, Queen. Salute to you.
Now moving towards a peace plan. And he said that he wants to make a deal with the Russians where they both agree not to do long-term strikes on energy infrastructure. It's getting cold. I can see where the Ukrainians at any rate. And so they took that, not that the Russians said anything, and they said, now this shows that he's finally being reasonable and moving towards a peace plan. The first thing I thought was, well, it ain't his decision anyway. You're implying that he has some authority to do anything. Anyway, what's up with that? And take that with, I'm starting to look like it's starting to, I mean, if we're pretty frank, it's looking pretty clear, barring a meteorite strike, Trump's going to win. And there are people in the Trump sphere who want out of Ukraine for whatever reason. Anyway, your thoughts on this crap, and is there any possibility, other than my opinion, unconditional surrender? There ain't no other way this thing ends. Anyway, your thoughts on all of that. People thinking about an ending to this thing. Anyway, go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, I mean, you are absolutely correct. Zelensky is not decision maker. And we have Mr. Austin just traveling a few days ago back to Ukraine, obviously to state some kind of, in open, they repeat the same mantra, which is no long-range strikes or what have you, use the UAV, that's all crap, you know. But the point is, obviously, he went there not to do this, you know, press conference. He went there to gauge the, so to speak, situation, and situation is very simple. Nobody wants escalation anymore on the NATO part, except for French. They always think they are a big deal, you know, they are not. But the whole idea behind that is to present again some kind of PR action. And don't forget, we are what, 24th of October, right? We are looking at the first probably freeze arriving what, sometime in the early November. And for example, I'll give you the number, 90% of the heat generating facilities, power stations, which work, heat power station, it works on either burning coal or gas or all different kinds of fuels. And so they have been destroyed, you know, so, and now that's obviously completely cut short any ability to whatever they do, repairing. Ukraine doesn't produce anymore, other than on the level of the cottage industry, any kind of the serious weapon. They can take some tank, you know, from there. It's like the zimeters, you know, the story with the zimeters. Russians go in, they get those very advanced American dosimeters. I mean, serious, very professional. Why? You know, they get them in the trenches because they have to go and get even the Chernobyl stock of this basically rusty metal, which have been in the storage facility for decades now, in this specially isolated, because they have no tanks, they have no BTRs, they have nothing, and NATO stopped providing them with the armor. So, and that tells you how desperate they are. And now, once the freezing starts, it's the issue of the social unrest too, you know? Not that they have been living that well as of lately, for the last year at least, but Russia was methodically destroying these energy generating facilities. And it was for both political and both for military economic sense. And now they have to face this shortage of the heat. And you know what? I'm not going to go into this very much deeper, but for example, breakout of the mains and you know, the plumbing in Kiev. It's normal thing to get the basically fecal lakes and rivers, and this well documented. It's just the way it is. So Washington went there to see what we can do now, so to speak, to allow face-saving measures. It's too late. As Mr. Putin today's press conference, I had the chance to browse it fast, you know, and he basically repeated all his points that Russia didn't change a thing. If you want to have a decent deal, come to us, you know, we'll talk. But the phrase which constantly being ignored by all those journalists and from the West, this phrase is crucial. Considering the realities on the ground. They always omit this as if that doesn't matter. No, this is the key. This is the pivot around which, you know, so what is the reality on the ground? The reality on the ground that they will be kicked out from the left bank of Dnieper, period. That's the reality on the ground. I think so. Kremlin finally made up their decision on terms of Sumy region, I think. And now you have those people from Kharkov area, including the governor. There is a Russian governor of Kharkov area who talks about, okay, time to actually liberate whole thing together with Kharkov. So how far it will go, I don't know. It's in the end, it's for Russia Security Council to decide, but it is clear what is this all about. And again, I want to reiterate this phrase, considering the realities on the ground. The realities on the ground are that actually from the front line is disintegrating. I'm looking at the numbers every day. It's just slaughter. I mean, it's just absolute non-stop slaughter of the armed forces of Ukraine and NATO specialists.
And you know, Scott, you're very familiar with the issues of NATO and this discussion of how do they get out of there without saving face. I recall a statement I never forgot. And this was when it came to the Iraq War. And Al Sharpton, of all people, made the statement. But there was a question, and this was the question: how do we get out of Iraq with our dignity? And Al Sharpton said, we lost our dignity when we went in, so we can't get out, right? How do you save face in Ukraine? How do we get out without saving face? We lost face when we went in. There ain't no way to do that. How, Scott, you know, this thing comes to an end at some point. Trump and those people, let's say Trump wins on the 5th. On the 6th, the people in Europe know they're in deep trouble. They know they got problems. Even if he doesn't, I've heard even the Harris people are starting to realize we got to get out of it. Everybody knows they got to get out of this thing. Your thoughts? One other thing with NATO. I was interviewing a person just yesterday who made a good point about NATO's Article 5. And because I said, oh, is NATO over? She said, listen to this. If you read Article 5, it doesn't say you have to get in. It says if something happens, they will, look at what they can do, and each individual state will decide how to respond. And as she said, it could be sending 5 helmets, as Germany did at the beginning, right? So could NATO survive as a theoretical, like, hey, yeah, we're all still in NATO, and if something happens, if we got a couple extra walkie-talkies, we'll send them in theory. But anyway, your thoughts on NATO and this idea of getting out, saving face, when I suspect when it's time to make a deal, Russia's going to reach back in their little, reach over on the desk and say, remember this document we sent you in December of 2021 that said, these are our demands, or there will be a military technical response. They're going to say, just pull it out of your file and read that. That's how you get out of this. Anyway, Scott.
Ironically, I think NATO's best ally right now is BRICS, because one of the themes that was prevalent through BRICS was the desire not to escalate Ukraine, to bring Ukraine to a conclusion and to have no escalation. And from a BRICS standpoint, I think there was the reality is that BRICS respects Russia's position, and they are not going to ask Russia to go back on the territorial acquisition that it's currently made. There are some BRICS members that are not happy with the fact that Russia has annexed, especially Kherson and Zaporizhia. But I think, as Putin has said, the realities on the ground are that. But this notion of
that ship has left the dock. I think they recognize that one.
But the notion of Russia expanding territorial acquisition, I mean, look, I personally believe Russia should take Odessa. I think Russia should take Sumy. I think Russia should take Kharkov. I think that's in Russia's interest. That will be a massive escalation. Whatever peace processes we may be talking about, there's a world of difference between accepting the reality of Russian annexation to date, which is de facto, it's there, it's not going back, and try and get the world to embrace a new level of annexation. And so this is, if I were advising NATO, I would say that we need to bring this conflict to a close as soon as possible in order to retain as much territorial integrity for Ukraine as possible and as much political and economic sovereignty for Ukraine as possible. Denazification doesn't have to mean the end of the Zelensky regime. I mean, I don't think Zelensky survives, but the idea of Russia dictating, the removal of the Ukrainian government, I still think it's possible that this war can end with Ukraine retaining sovereignty. They would have to make some constitutional changes along that which Russia has demanded with the Minsk Accords. I do think Russia goes soft on Banderism. I honestly think that there will be statues of Stepan Bandera in Lvov if they go this route, because Russia BRICS is more important to Russia than strategically defeating Ukraine. Russia just wants what Russia wanted: no NATO in Ukraine and a neutral Ukraine. That's very important, and to retain the territory that is already Russian. Beyond that, there's a lot of maneuver room that'll make a lot of people unhappy. I can read your chats right now. I'm not, but I'm sure people are just, no, Scott, Odessa is Russia, Kharkov is Russia. So I'm not debating with you. I'm just saying that the reality is, Putin has to deal with, what was that term? The realities on the ground. That's a two-way street. That's a two-way street.
Can I add something real quick? I'll add something. I read recently, one of the things that Russia was demanding is basically whatever's left of Ukraine, that the rights of the Russian people in whatever's left of Ukraine is respected. So that could address the issues that they may negotiate about, because that's all over Ukraine. So
that's what Minsk is.
Issue.
That's what Minsk is. That's what the base. When I said that Russia will insist on that aspect of Minsk, it means making the constitutional changes to protect Russian religion, Russian language, Russian culture, things of that nature, to protect the Russian people. Now, the other thing about NATO is right now you have NATO leaders speaking about this being an existential fight. And therefore they must double down. They must put more money, more goods in there, because we have to stop the Russians from winning. My biggest advice to NATO would be, Russia's won. And what you need to do is stop building a system that's designed to fail. NATO cannot expand. It's incapable of expanding politically and economically. All of these visions they have about building divisions and brigades and all this, it just isn't going to happen. The German economy is tanking. They can't do it. They're going to shrinking military. The British, I mean, the biggest laugh I had was when I heard that the Brits and the Germans were going to get together in Lithuania and create some sort of joint military force. I was like, really? With what? The Germans can't even get the brigade that they said they're going to put up there, because no German wants to volunteer to serve over country, and their constitution requires that. And the Brits just can't get a brigade. So, what are the Lithuanians going to do? Die?
Oh, yeah.
So the fact is, NATO can survive if it accepts the loss in Ukraine and uses the December 2021 negotiating position of Russia to be seen as having a voice, meaning Russia's willing now, I believe, to sit down at the table with NATO, with Europe, to negotiate as equal partners about what a European security framework looks like. Because Russia wants this war to end. Russia's not dying to make this war. They're willing to let this war go on, but Russia would prefer this war ends. And so if you come to the table and mean it, and I think NATO, there is a possibility they could mean it, take the loss in Ukraine, try and preserve as much as you can face saving in Ukraine, and then create a mechanism to talk about a new European security framework. NATO could survive. NATO could survive. But if they continue down this path of existential survival, talking about the absolute necessity to mobilize 300 to 500,000 troops, new brigades and all that, NATO can't afford that. Politically, they can't do it, and it'll be the end of NATO. So we're at one of those inflection points. And that's another thing that I would ask people in the West to do, is read very carefully all the language in the BRICS summit about the Ukraine conflict, Russian language and non-Russian language. And understand, Russia is under a tremendous amount of pressure that if they want to make this consensus-based multilateral system work, that they cannot be in the business of conflict escalation. And all those people out there screaming, we got to go to Odessa, we got to go to Sumy, we got to go to, that's conflict escalation. And BRICS isn't going to support that. They're not going to stop it. They're not going to sanction Russia. But if you want BRICS to succeed, if you want to build on the success that they just had in Kazan, you don't need to put a poison pill out there. So the West should take advantage of this and start getting down at the table and negotiating based upon the Russian document, December 2021, the new European security framework, and bring this conflict to an end. You'll save a lot of Ukrainian lives, you'll save a lot of Ukrainian territory, and ultimately you'll save Europe and NATO.
Andre, and in there's somewhat of a poison pill. Scott's right, and I agree with him on everything. Here's one issue, a hump to get over. The issue in the original document, which I read, reported on, wherein a principal concern of Russia was a comprehensive security arrangement with Europe. Let's get this thing done once and for all. Let's not go over this crap over again.
Non-divisible security. This is critical.
Exactly. Now, that being said, meanwhile, the U.S. is, we got to build bases in Sweden. Look what we're doing in Finland. Oh, they may have took this. You know what I mean? They try to play this game. Sure, they might have got Ukraine, but we got Finland, and we're over here threatening them, blah, blah, blah. And I suspect Russia is going to say, we're ready to talk. But if you want to talk, we got to talk about this whole thing. Anyway, your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be again, we have to keep in mind also that the process of the admission of Sweden, for example, with its mighty 5,000, brigade, and about the same in Finland, and very little desire to really fight Russians, it was obviously primarily for the political reasons. The military reasoning in NATO has been hollowed out. It seems like, and again, we are dealing with, in the end, let's stop. NATO is a euphemism for the United States. United States says to Europe, jump. Europe asks, how high, period. Let's cut this crap. It's United States which runs the show, and Europe are merely, puppets, and they are on the strings which United States pulls. And so in this particular case, they can produce whatever they want, but Russian economy right now, if you look at the real numbers, not this International Monetary Fund BS and all that crap from Wall Street Journal, which they do not understand quantities, they understand money, not money, they understand how to make money out of thin air. But when it comes to the real economy, that is why I say, the Chinese economy dwarfs that of the United States. That you have this situation that Russia can counter practically anything NATO or United States will do. And she already did in many respects. And in this case, it's all revolves around this critical point, which is, by the way, in the foundation of the United Nations and things of this nature, which Russia, and again, listen, Russians have a very good international lawyers. Ministry of Foreign Affairs is just the powerhouse of those, guys who know every single letter in every single international document ever written. And non-divisible thing is in the foundation of Russian special military operation. You're absolutely correct. You go into this document on the December 21, 2021. It speaks about it. It's the basically pivot around which everything revolves, non-divisible security. These models have been basically broken. There's no non-divisible security. Now, interesting thing that suddenly major Polish no less, newspapers and media outlet, and they come up and they talk about modus vivendi, how to live, because even they say it's coming to an end. We know. I just spoke about it a couple of days in my video. Poles, can you imagine how Polish elite hates Russians? It's fanatical hatred, okay? And even they say, you know what, how we're going to look into the eyes of Russians after what happened, basically, we have to find modus vivendi. Of course, Russians were offering, but again, we win the circle. We're going to be coming back to this, the consideration of the realities on the ground. And realities on the ground are such that right now there are 2,500 of the armed forces of Ukraine and a bunch of the, advisors, volunteers from NATO and from Latin America. They are enclosed now. They will be annihilated. Neverskoye Cauldron is being mopped up. It's gone. Kurakhova is next. It's obvious what is happening on the tactical and operational level. And that's what dictates strategic reality. Because indeed, when you, as people joke today on my blog, let's repeat Trump's mantra. So much winning, so yeah, that's what is happening. We are sick and tired of winning, and yes, as Scott correctly stated, Russia can continue doing this, steamroller instead of those big massive, arrows, as long as Russia wants. Because when you look at the economy and what is happening there, my God, many people don't understand that Russia is now beginning to produce next year, which is coming, the serial production of own lithography, for crying out loud. It's just like, wow, it's just, and Russia is covering essentially more than 65% of the necessity of critical chips, such as 365 to 65 nanometer topology. It's like precisely the chips which run the industry and which run the military, Then many people still don't understand what is happening. And that is why. So while I agree with Scott, because I totally agree with him, if I would have been NATO, that's what I would have been doing now, The problem is, do we know that Trump administration will do it? I don't know. I think so. Not much will change. They will be all still maneuvering because, as Scott stated, those people, they still cannot comprehend what have happened because the world is not what it was in 2022. It's completely different world. It's a revolutionary change, and it's the historic event. And it's not only BRICS summit. It's the fact in the end that Russia finally declared itself, which it was, the preeminent military power, continental military power. And that's what have happened. And many people cannot live with this. Absolutely. It's understandable. But when we go into the neocon field, which essentially runs the United States, they are militarily incompetent people. Look at these people, for crying out loud, from this neocon cabal of the ideologues who wouldn't understand the difference between the real tactical and operational. You look at this Kazan's, fraudulent think tank like Institute for Study of War. Russians openly mocking this now. They're laughing. They're laughing at those political science, majors who write those things, and those generals from Pretexts to Kim who are in the foundation of this. It's ridiculous. It's like people are just absolutely, are they morons? I have to arrive now to this conclusion that they are. So there is no other way to interpret it. There's just simply, no matter how you try to find excuses, how you try to frame it, but if you do not understand what the 21st century combined arms operation of the scale are, and what kind of the study experience, goals and all that, technology, economy, and things like that. But these are precisely people who miscalculated, and they continue to keep the United States miscalculating time after time after time after time because they are not able to learn. They really do not have the toolkit. And there you go. And that's what we have right now. So the slow grind will continue, I think. Russians are very comfortable with slow grind.
Scott, let's get back to this buildup on the Russian border, because in the initial demands that Russia wanted to talk about, I'd encourage people to look up December of 2021, and they want the points they wanted to discuss. One of them was getting the NATO infrastructure off of their border going all the way back to 1991 or something, basically saying, look, we don't want you threatening us on our border. Now, afterwards, I think at some point it became kind of obvious that they were going to lose, and Stoltenberg et al. Said, well, they said they want less NATO, and now we got Finland and Sweden, we're building bases, they're going to get more NATO. Again, an early attempt to save face, maybe looking, saying we'll lose this sooner or later, so we got to make a move. That's going to be under discussion. How can at some point they're going to be at a point where they're saying we got to stop this war. We got to stop this war. Trump's going to be saying if he wins, we ain't sending nothing else. And if the Russians are saying, well, we ain't stopping unless we get the rest of this, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. Do you think there are the forces in NATO? Do you think that they could ever get to a point where they say, yeah, we'll roll back? That is a marked defeat. If Russia says you got to get the hell off our border, because here's the way it'll come back across. That Russia said, get off our border, we'll kick you off. And they said no, and Russia kicked them off their border. That's the way it all comes up. Your thoughts on infrastructure, Russia's border, the demands that it backs off, the indivisible security agreement. Is it possible for that to happen, Scott?
Well, I think the Russians wanted to roll back to 1997. Was the 1997 expansion line. First of all, Russia said that, this is our position, and they presented it as a completed agreement. But the Russians never said take it or leave it. The Russians always said we want to sit down and have serious discussions. We don't want the discussions to drag out forever, but we want to sit down and have serious discussions. My understanding is that perhaps the most critical aspect of this rollback is to get rid of the anti-ballistic missile sites in Poland and Romania. These are showstoppers for Russia. They view them as threatening their because they're no longer just about anti-ballistic missile. They can be converted into surface-to-surface missile with cruise missile capabilities. And
that's what is this all about? Yeah, it's MK41 BLS.
Yeah, get rid of the Aegis Ashore.
What is this all about? Yeah.
And I think Russia now has perhaps one of the strongest negotiating points, because the United States always said, well, it's never about you, Russia. It's about Iran, that rogue nation, Iran. And Russia could come in and say, well, we have a strategic relationship with Iran, and you don't have to worry about them. Okay, so let's stop playing games. It's about us, and you have to get rid of it, or there won't be peace. The other thing is the realization that anti-ballistic missile defense is fake. It doesn't work. And so if Russia was willing, for instance, I can't pretend to know Russian negotiating positions, but Sweden and Finland are NATO members. And I don't think Russia can realistically tell NATO that you can't put troops in NATO countries and you can't do things of that nature. I think if you got rid of the Mark 41 Aegis Ashore and you came up with some sort of modified conventional forces in Europe type agreement on the numbers of troops deployed, etc., limiting with agreements about if deployments are made, advanced notification, observers, things of this nature.
It existed till relatively recently, this conventional forces of Europe. Then it was abrogated.
And if you do this, I think there's a deal out there ready to be made. I think the Russians, I mean, again, if I were the negotiating team for the United States, I just straight up say, let's go in and knock the knees out from the Russian negotiating position, and let's put Mark 41 on the table, but link it to a strong conventional forces in Europe type treaty that preserves what we have. And now the Russians would come back and say, well, you can't have this big force in Poland, and you got to limit the growth, and there'll be some negotiations going back and forth. But I honestly believe that the Russians so much want those Aegis Ashore gone that they will, as long as whatever infrastructure remains isn't offensive long-range strike related. I think that's it. And then the other thing I wouldn't add to this, but the other thing that I would work out with the Russians, and I think both sides might have an appetite for this, is looking at reducing Russia's tactical nuclear weapons, getting rid of the nuclear weapons in Belarus in exchange for the elimination of the 100 B-61 bombs in NATO's infrastructure, and some sort of control mechanism on British and French submarines. I think that'll have to be treated as a separate issue. But once you start this business of getting back into the business of arms control, which is what a conventional forces in Europe treaty looks like, the attractiveness of this is the amount of money the West is going to save. And this is where it could succeed. Because you see, go back in 2022, who would have thought the German economy would have been deindustrialized and collapsed? I mean, a handful of us predicted it. But I mean, in the West, you're like, no, the German economy's growing, 5.5% growth. They're going to get up to 8%. It's fantastic. The French economy's great. Europe's great. It's wonderful. It's the Russians that can't sustain this. And today, it's just the opposite. Europe cannot sustain the economic commitment to this massive NATO growth. And if you play your cards right on the negotiating table, you'll see that the parliaments of various European countries, when they start crunching the dollar signs, are going to say, yeah, this is good. And you have to go through Europe, because the U.S. Congress is full of Russophobes and people who can't think. They have no brains. Literally, they don't even know how to spell arms control. But if Europe makes it that this is a deal we want, and indeed, if Macron has his way, this is a deal we're going to negotiate separate from you, because remember, Russia provided two versions. One was to the United States, the other one was to NATO. And if the United States plays, too hard on this, Russia can negotiate directly with Europe. I don't think that's the route that can happen, but it's a potential. So I just think there's a lot of latitude here for that December 2021 formula to actually gain some traction. I think but it's not going to be a Russia dictates every aspect of this outcome. It's going to be a negotiation where the Russians will have to prioritize what their top things are. I think, knowing the Russians, having spoken a lot with Anatoly Antonov, the man who negotiated the New START treaty and was the man who was pressing for an anti-ballistic missile treaty, or at least new negotiations. According to him, that's one of their top priorities, is to get rid of those sites in Poland and Romania. And today, there's no reason to keep them. They're very expensive. They're very vulnerable. They don't work, and so they just cause political nightmares. So you might have the opportunity for successful negotiations there.
Andre, your comments on that, but let me add this to it, and I don't know if you got an answer to it. At this point, you've had two Minsk agreements. You've seen the agreement they made with the JCPOA. You're dealing with the devil. Nobody trusts these people. How does Russia get a deal and guarantee? Comments on what Scott said, and you can't trust the I don't know. Anyway, you see where I'm going, Andre.
Yeah. Well, and again, coming back to this, the United States is not sovereign in its foreign policy. It is run by many ethnic and religious lobbies. Obviously, the first which comes to mind is Zionists, and they have obviously vast support from the so-called Christian Zionists. That's their power base. But we have other ethnic lobbies. And for example, right now, while Scott gives a proper description of the US Congress, it was Ukrainized to the point of that it begins to reflect on almost, you become what you didn't want to, become, but you have become that. And what happens here is Vladimir Putin already stated today. Yeah, I had the chance to look at it in the morning. It's all over the news. When he stated correctly, there's no justice in the West. You cannot trust these guys, really, So how you want to approach it? You're going to approach it by the way as to put them in the position when they cannot refuse. So this is exactly what is happening, essentially. And at some point of time, reality, well, it's already biting. Let's face it, it's already biting economically, militarily. And it's just a matter of how hard this vice will be tightened, so how tight this vice with some gonads of NATO will be tightened there, because their gonads are in this vice. And so I agree with Scott on in very many respects. I agree with him. If I would be, some diplomat, or whatever passes for diplomat in the United States today, I would be thinking like that. But the problem is, as I already stated, people write in horror, actually, but I was on record for this for many years, that the United States is not governable country. You literally can go and deal with some power pole within Washington, negotiate something, and then the other power pole, just gets into the game and, with the completely opposite aims, and the whole thing just goes kaboom. So that's the problem. Where are the people who you can talk to? And I know for a fact that Mr. Rybkov talked to our common friend, including Larry Johnson, and so the question was, who do we talk to? Show me the people, the statesman who has not only, he could be a jerk, he could be a complete, crap hole, but let him have the power of this person, who can actually maintain some kind of commitment, which is valid. Because as we already saw, for the most part, in the last 20 years, any treaty which is signed with the United States is not worth the paper it's written on. That's the problem. We have the true credibility problem. And those people now suddenly face this, cognitive dissonance. They cannot do anything militarily. but they have to come up to some kind of the solution which is beyond their fantasies and delusions of the military power. So what are we going to do? Where we go? I don't know. Elections might change something. If Trump comes to power, as much as I will be, obviously, we will be voting Republican, no doubt about it. But we'll be doing it this way, okay? We'll come to the poll, just vote for Trump, and said, what, screw that, because the alternative is much worse. But will he be able to do anything about it? Did he learn something? I don't know. Neither does Moscow. J.D. Vance may say whatever he wants, but it is always now, even in the United States in the last 20 years, that they proclaim one thing and do the opposite, so there you go. So we have this issue. It's a serious issue. I don't know how to overcome it, honestly. I don't have a solution.
I would just add this. If Trump excuse me, guys, I'm a little under the weather here. If Trump surrounds himself with the establishment people, we're screwed, because there's no one in the establishment that's trained to negotiate today. None. And I mean that from the top to the bottom. There's a Mr. Mizin. I don't want to butcher his first name, but he's a former Russian diplomat, arms controller. I think it's Andrei Mizin. He said a long time ago, he wrote a great article, and he said that we haven't had meaningful arms control negotiations with the Russians since 2010, and that the muscle memory that existed is gone. All the people that gave us the great arms control treaties, I helped, they're out, they're gone. We don't have anybody that does that, and we have nobody that knows how to do it. Not only that, we have nobody that wants to do it. We yielded arms control from the State Department to the military, and they're all about war fighting, not arms control. And even the Russians, he said the same thing's happening with the Russians. We don't have the muscle memory anymore. But as Andrei did allude earlier, the Russian foreign ministry is one of the most robust and resilient foreign policy institutions in the world. And if anybody can relearn how to do something, the Russians can. Trump has spoken about taking advantage of Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. If he does this, if he, for instance, tells RFK Jr., you've got the Russia portfolio, in Tulsi, you've got defense arms control. Now there might be the start, because they'll start to recruit people that don't come from the establishment, but people who are like thinkers. And we have to break the mold. We have to do it completely different. We can't make the same mistake of 2016, bringing Trump in, who's going to rock the establishment, then he staffs it with establishment people. If you're going to rock the establishment, in order to get the kind of changes we're talking about, these negotiations, we need whole new people who are willing, and the Russians might actually trust those people. Because right now, if I bring in my standard State Department diplomat, cookie cutter person, they don't trust them. They don't trust the system. We're going to have to re-earn this trust. And that's one of the things that the Russians have made clear. I mean, Anatoly Antonov said, you thought your treaties in the past, because if you take a look at when we start, when we were negotiating, my hands are here, the START treaties here, START 2, START 3. But then George W. Bush came in and he came up with SORT. SORT's this thick. It's not a treaty. It's sort of an agreement. It's like a casual thing. No verification, no nothing. New START's a little bit thicker, but it's there. Anatoly Antonov said that if we are to enter into a new phase of negotiations, understand the treaties are going to be this thick, and you are going to be held to, I mean, both sides will be, but we're going to insist on very stringent guarantees and checks, because we don't trust you, and we can't trust you, and we can't enter into this line of negotiation with you and find ourselves to have been lied to like we were with New START. New START was an absolute lie. Anatoly Antonov admits that he was fooled by Rose Guttmuller and the American negotiating team. The B-52 counting, the Trident counting, he was lied to. He was promised that there would be an ABM treaty negotiation process once the Senate ratified New START. He was lied to. And he says, we don't trust you. And it's not just a matter of personal insult. Institutionally, Russia can't trust the United States, because we're talking about existential survival. We're talking about how the United States uses arms control negotiations to achieve strategic advantage. And Russia will not yield strategic advantage through a negotiation process anymore. So if we're able to get back on that track, we have to have new blood. And one of the first indicators will be what Trump, if Trump wins, what Trump does with his transition team, and what he does with Bobby Kennedy, and what he does with Tulsi Gabbard, and frankly speaking, what he does with J.D. Vance, meaning giving J.D. Vance a portfolio to run, and then his willingness, and this is so hard for Trump, to sit back and let them run, because Trump is an egomaniac, a narcissist. He's he micro controls everything, but at least if he's trying to micro control people who want peace and are moving in that direction, maybe we have a chance. But if he brings back Mike Pompeo, it's over.
Oh, it's over because they'll kill him on the spot. And anyway, one last thing. I know you got to go, Andre, but I did want to ask you an important question. This is me. This is something I've been wondering, and I know you it's something you can answer. So I know you got to go, but
no, I have 5-10 minutes. It's fine.
Okay, good. Here's the question. The so-called intel leak, Israel's planning on attacking Iran. We hear that the Russians have been helping Iran with their defensive capabilities, blah, blah, blah. And my thought was this: the worst thing, possible thing that could happen for Israel and its masters in Washington is to send some F-35s and missiles in and get them all shot down. How good, how extensive, how good is Iran's air defense, missile defense capabilities? How much do you think it's been built up by Russia? How hard would it be at this point for the Israelis to launch air/missile attacks on Iran? Would it fail? Would it be successful? Your thoughts?
Oh, Scott, last time we got together, he actually beautifully described this whole thing, which is the fuel train, because you have to have those tankers out there. And then you have to look at the airspace, which you have to cross. Well, there is a rumor now that Saudi Arabia and Iran are preparing joint naval exercise. You gotta be kidding me. I'm pinching myself here. So, but the point is, yes, Israel can launch missiles. Obviously, Russia will warn, because Russia has the second best early warning system. In some aspects, it's actually better in terms of the anti-missile capabilities. Iran will know in advance the launch. They will know the launch. They will know they will be given the tracks, and they will be given actually the arrival. Russians can calculate that. So they will be ready. They have, it's not exactly knockoffs, but definitely type of copies of the air defense systems, ranging from Iranian version of Asa, Iranian version of Buk M1. They do have some versions of the S-300, I think so, with some help from North Korea. I think so. They have been exchanging some kind of the critical data. Even North Koreans provided some technical assistance, because North Korea does produce sort of like knockoffs of S-300. And actually, they had also access to the Israeli, so-called Israeli technology. I'm talking about North Koreans. But Russia definitely is providing a critical support in terms of the early warning, which is huge in case of the attack. And yeah, if they want to try those F-35s, I don't even know what Russia delivered to Iran, okay? I really don't. I mean, there are flights. A regular S-400, you can stick it to the basically Antonov 124. It's going to take about a couple of Antonov 124 flights to deliver the basically the battery of the S-400. And I think so. They definitely do have some kind of integration there of the air defense, unlike it was this year. Remember this pathos written statements like, "Oh yeah, Iraqi, it's very well integrated." When you look at the air defense in Iraq, it was from during the Civil War in the United States, 1861. So, I don't know, they were integrating there with those optronic, the optical fiber optic cables. But Iran definitely on the order of magnitude much more sophisticated in this respect. Plus, it is much larger. So you will have for Israel, unless of course again Israel launches the missiles, Iranians will know that they are ready to launch, and they will know, as I already stated, that essentially targeting pure aircraft, as I already stated. Scott beautifully described it, last time. And if they have people with Su-35s, who knows? Are they there in Iran? But they say the first two arrived as far back as, I don't know, half a year or so. So who knows? Very difficult to, get any reliable information on that. But let's put it this way: Russians wouldn't mind, shooting down F-35s. So they track them all the time. They know everything there is to know about them because they are sitting there at the Khmeimim base. Su-35s and Su-57s even track them. They follow them. They know their signatures. They know everything they need to know. So I think so we can encounter yet another extension, so to speak, of the American, in this case, Israeli military technology failing there. But yeah, they certainly can do the damage, no doubt about it.
Scott, on the defensive capabilities of Iran and the so-called intel leak, I personally feel that was crap, that they just put that out. That's not a leak, but it could be. I don't know. Anyway, Scott and Andre, if you have to go, I understand. I'm just going to get this last question from Scott.
Yeah, guys, I really have to go, and you know what? It was pleasure as always. So anytime, guys. So.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
All right. Last question here, Scott. Your thoughts
Smoothie
on it?
X12.
Yeah, there we go.
Best OnlyFans page in the game.
Yeah. Last question.
Yeah, my feeling about the intelligence documents is that they look real. Just the way they're structured. When I went through it, it all makes sense. It's what I would expect a document of that nature to, how it would be structured. But I did say that that this document wasn't leaked officially, that this was something that somebody did on their own initiative, and there will be caught, and I think they will be. I don't know if the person whose name has been put out there is the actual perpetrator, or just somebody that they're politically throwing out because she has an Iranian background. But the documents, each document that's released like that has a unique identifier to it that helps counterintelligence find out who was in possession of the original version, and it helps with tracing. The interesting thing about that is one of the things, going back to my Gulf War experience, I did play a peripheral role in the planning and monitoring of major strike packages that went into Iraq. And so when I looked at the target or the weapons mix that was being prepared, two primary kinds of air-launched ballistic missiles, what they call the Rocks and what they call Golden Horizon. The Golden Horizon appears to be what is known as the Blue Sparrow. The Sparrow series of missiles were started out there as a Black Sparrow and a Silver Sparrow. These were target missiles. Black Sparrow was developed after the Gulf War to simulate Iraqi Scud missiles, the advanced extended versions, so that Israeli air defense could practice shooting it down. The Silver Sparrow was designed to replicate the Shahed-3, the Iranian liquid fuel missile. The Blue Sparrow took the Silver Sparrow's operational attributes, upgraded it, and turned it into an offensive weapon that has considerable range. Apparently, it can go up to 1,200 miles. And they were preparing 16 of these. They were also preparing 40 Rocks. The Rock has a lesser range of between 300 and 500 miles, depending on where it's done. They apparently fired some Rocks against Iran back in April 19th. The Rock uses a Blue Sparrow booster, and they found a Blue Sparrow booster in a field south of Baghdad, which shows, so then you reverse engineer and you've got a weapons release somewhere in Western Iraq. So they released the weapon in Western Iraq, booster separation over Baghdad, and then the weapons flew in and hit radar sites in Isfahan. So based upon past practice, what you're looking at here is a strike package that is built around taking out approximately 20 discrete air defense targets. not necessarily the missiles, but the radars, because that's the important thing. You disable the radars and you can carve a gap. And then, so 40 rocks, 20 radar sites, you carve a gap, and then 16 Blue Sparrows or Golden Horizon follow up for a deep strike, probably into Tehran. That's my reading, because you link that up with the political statements made by Benjamin Netanyahu about to the Iranian people, saying, look, we just killed Hassan Nasrallah. We're going to get the Hamas leadership, and we're coming after your leadership. And when your leadership's gone, you will be liberated. So he was all but saying, we're coming to kill your leadership. And so I believe that that intelligence document actually provided the bare bones for understanding what a Israeli strike against Iranian leadership targets in and around Tehran. Now, it could also be against Iranian military targets. And the Parchin ballistic missile plant, you have a couple other critical missile facilities. So if you just wanted to limit it to missiles, there's like 3 places you could hit in around Tehran. You know, in the Gulf War, we opened up the war by bringing in B-52 bombers from Barksdale, Louisiana. They fired 35 conventional air launch cruise missiles that struck 8 targets in the vicinity of Taji, which is a military facility north of Baghdad. This Israeli force structure reminds me a lot of that. And what it does is it doesn't require the Israeli aircraft to penetrate Iranian airspace, which is a plus. The other thing is the April 3rd or the April 19th attack appeared to have come in over Lebanon, penetrated into southern Syria, using strikes against Syrian radars as a cover, and then other aircraft came in and made their attack over western Iraq before returning. Every day, the Israelis are flying strike packages, extensive strike packages into Lebanon and into Syria. And some of these strike packages involve a lot of airplanes. For instance, dropping those 85 2,000-pound bombs on Nasrallah's bunker. That was a large strike. To fire these 56 air-launched ballistic missiles, you're probably looking at around 36 aircraft, probably F-15Is. Maybe some of the rocks would be fired by F-16Is. But these air-launched ballistic missiles won't fit inside the weapons bay of an F-35. So the F-35s will probably be used as air cover, combat cover. But again, these aircraft aren't going to get that close to the Iranian border. So I don't think the capabilities of the S-400s, the S-300s, and the modern Iranian air defense systems are going to be engaged with Israeli aircraft. Now the question is, will they be able to shoot down these air-launched ballistic missiles? And a lot depends on queuing.
They did it.
The Israelis are pretty good. We should never denigrate the Israelis, even though if we don't agree with them, we at least need to, the last thing you ever want to do is disrespect your enemy, because they have a tendency to come back and kick your ass. And the Israelis are very good at what they do, especially their Air Force. They're very well trained. They have great equipment. They have great weapons, and they know how to plan these attacks. And so there's a lot of planning going on, but this leak is a game changer. This is why I believe the story that came out today that the Israelis said we have to cancel our attack against Iran because of this leak. Because there's no way, if I were a military planner, with that information out there, there's just too much. If that's true, there's too much the Iranians can do to prepare for that. And you're only going to get one shot, because what's going to happen is you're going to come in and you're going to hit them. And if you don't take out the leadership targets, or you're not going to get a second shot. Iran now is going to blanket Israel with ballistic missiles. What the Israelis are hoping is if they take out leadership, that they can ride out the first Iranian missile strike, but then Iran will collapse from within. They're operating under the premise that the Islamic, the Islamic theocracy is fragile, and that if you take out Khamenei, you take out the Republican Guard leadership, etc., that there will be revolts in the street, and then Iran will collapse. That's what they tried to do in September of 2023, and they're going to try it again. This is the Israeli plan from my perspective, but the leak of this document was fatal to that plan, because you only get one shot. And now they're also talking about covert drone capability, which means that the Israelis were going to have drones over Tehran, picking out targets. What's important about the drones is you're looking for movable targets, relocatable targets. So you can launch the attack and look at leadership moving and adjust the attack to hit the leadership. Again, now the Iranians can do things to prepare for that and disrupt this attack or defeat the attack, and that would be devastating for the Israelis. If they're going to do this, they get one shot, and I think that window is closed at this point in time. So I think we're not going to be looking at an Israeli strike against Iran until after the election.
Before we go, Scott, find it. Wait a minute. Oh, there we go. Let's take a look at this. This weekend, we got big things going up. Scott, tell us about it.
Well, on Saturday night, there's an event held by Diane Sayre and Jose Vega, and you can go to I think Sayre Vega Peace or something. If you type in their names, you'll find it. And I was invited to speak there, and I think Garland, you were as well. Mm-hmm. And I took one look at the people that were there, and I said, if any of them are spending the night in New York City, why not do a brunch event the next day? And I had a friend who has a fantastic steakhouse, the Tudor City Steakhouse, agreed to make it available. So we're putting on a brunch from 10 a.m. until approximately 1:30 p.m. World-class brunch. Look at the lineup of speakers. Jimmy Dore, I don't know who that Ritter guy is, but Judge Napolitano, Garland Nixon, Randy Credico, Russa Dobalar, Dennis Fritz, Danny Haifong, Jeff Norman, Diane Sayre, Jose Vega, Larry Wilkerson. We're going to have 3 powerhouse panels. The threat of nuclear war, the assault on free speech, and saving democracy. This is world-class dialogue that's going to be taking place. And there's 120 seats. If you go to scottritter.com, the last I checked, we had 20 tickets left. So if you want to go, you should go and get the tickets. They're available on the site. This is going to be a very an invaluable gathering, and we're going to give away these Operation Dawn challenge coins too, so that someday down the road, if I ever meet you in a bar and I know you bought one of these or I gave you one of these and I put it on the bar and you don't have it, you have to buy me a beer. That's just the way it works with challenge coins. But no, this is going to be a great event. We're going to record it, so those who can't make it, we will be broadcasting the different panels on different forums. I mean, I call this a family of podcasts. So Garland will get copies of it. He can stream it if he wants to. Danny Haifong, Jimmy Dore, Judge Napolitano. We're going to get it out there so that we achieve the goal and objective of empowering people with knowledge and information. But it's a world-class event, world-class panels. Sunday, October 27th from 10 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. And scottritter.com. You can go there and buy tickets.
All right. Thanks a lot, Scott. Certainly appreciate that, everybody. So let me see if I can figure out. Oh, there we go. How to stop this.
Coffee. Follow me.